throat before. Yeah, no, not feeling well.
Hey. TGIF. Thank God it's Friday, folks. January 19th, 2024. Here we are again. Heading back to Idaho, University of Idaho. Bryan Kohberger breaking the seal. How about that? We're going to talk about the new documents that dropped and why. Let's get this show on the road. Hello, governors. How are ya? Welcome back, everybody. Great to see ya. Great to be here with ya. I hope you're all having a great start to your day. I hope you had a great night last night. I'm telling you right now, don't even start with me, Miss Clue. I know you're waiting. Anyway, thank you all for joining me. I appreciate you, as always, taking time out of your busy, amazing days to take some time with me. You done, Cletus? Thank you. Anyway, moving forward. Thank you all so much, like I said, for being here today. Guys, we're heading back to the University of Idaho. Surprise, surprise. There are some new documents that were dropped, and they're wanting to unseal things that they sealed themselves. And we're going to talk about why. It's kind of weird, but we're going to look at those and talk about that today and whatever else floats our boats. So thank you all for joining us for that, of course, as we head on back into Idaho, guys. Still going on. And I'm going to listen to everybody's thoughts and theories as to why, what, who, where, and what the hell, okay? Because that's what it's all about. First of all, though, let's see who we got with us today that is interested in this subject. Looks like our friend, my buddy. I love this guy. One Made Nut. Eddie's in the house. Good to see you, brother. Barai guy, welcome. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us, Miss Teresa. Good to see you. Newman 25, welcome back. Space Junkie, same to you. Great to see you today. Appreciate you. Illuminati and Cletus, what's happening, folks? Thanks for joining us today. Appreciate you very much. Deborah Thompson, always a pleasure. Great to see you. Miss Katie, Sweet Surrender, is in the house. Great to have you here. William Tardy, what's going on, brother? Good to see you. Gordon Shumway, welcome back to you. Great to see you. Gaya DeGucci, same with you. Great to have you here. Bombshell, welcome back. Good to see you. Miss Firefly's in the house. What's going on? Good to see you. Cindy Kerf, welcome back to you. Great to see you. Miss Ashley's in the house. Welcome. Great to have you here. Angel of Virtue. I just have to stop to read that. Thank you for joining us today. I love your font. Awesome stuff. CL, what's going on? Good to see you. Let's see here. Sony's in the house. Welcome back. Good to see you. Michelle Farrow, great to have you here from New Jersey. Good to see you. Miss Victoria, thank you for being here. I think I said Michelle Farrow, but I'll say it again. Michelle Farrow. Tina B, welcome back. Moonlit Baby, great to see you. Kelly Barrison, thank you for being here. Summer Jade, great to see you. Great to have you here. Thank you for joining us. Jacqueline Keeley, thank you for joining us today. MIA, how are you? Good to see you. Of course, Miss Carolyn Miller, always a pleasure to see you. Thank you for being here. Teresa 2, good to see you. The sound is very quiet. Is that any better? I have it turned up pretty high. How does it sound, guys? Tell me how it sounds. Tell me if I need to turn up or down or whatever. Sorceress, welcome. Good to see you. I think I got everybody. Let me see. Philip Hughes, my friend. Good to see you. Good to have you here. Tell my lovely wife I said hello and I love her and to take good care of you, sir. Appreciate having you here. Luna Whispers, great to see you. The 360 life. 360 life. Good to see you. Good to have you here. Miss Shelley, welcome back. Always a pleasure. Miss JC Ann, same to you. Thank you for joining us. Tallulah Shark, great to see you today. Thank you for being here. Let me see something here. War Eagles in the house. Oh, roll tide roll. Good to see you. Good to have you here. 12. What's going on? Yeah, we definitely got some snow last night. I guess we're getting more later. I don't know. We'll see. Let me see. John Boy Cat, welcome back. Good to see you. Thank you, Ashley. SRB, welcome back. Good to see you, dear. Mountain Man's in the house. What's going on? Good to see you. All right. Let me see if I'm missing anybody. Huh. Chad Budden from Frozen, Iowa. Good to see you, my friend. Thank you for being here today. Always appreciate it. Brandy B, the OG's in the house. What's going on, Brandy? Thank you for joining me. That goes for all of the moderators. Thank you for being here. I could not do this without you. You are appreciated so very much. Right. Let me see. Loud and clear, CL said. Good. Okay. Not too loud, not too quiet. Good deal. Good deal. Good deal. Oh, yeah, we definitely got snow. We got, I don't know. It's snowing right now, too. We got probably, I don't know, 3-4 inches. We're supposed to get 4 to 6. I don't know. Northeast Pennsylvania. Yay. Jackie Bushaball, welcome back to you. Good to see you. Summer Jade. If I didn't say it already, thank you for being here. I know there's a summer in here I saw. I didn't know if there's a couple of you guys. Great to see you all, though. Guys, grab your coffee, tea, whatever it may be. Come in here and sit down, please. Have a conversation with me. Love doing it. Love doing it. I love having you guys here. This is the highlight of each and every one of my days, and I appreciate you all so very much. Thank you once again for everything you do supporting this channel. Guys, I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for you guys, so please know how much I appreciate you. I hope everybody's staying warm, and I hope anybody that is not feeling well is getting better. I know Miss Sherry is fighting her virus still. Miss Ashley's been sick. SRB's been sick. I hope you're all getting better, feeling better. Take care of yourselves. Doodle isn't feeling well. She's out with the doctors and stuff. Guys, everybody get better. Take care of yourselves and feel better, please. Audrey Cakes, good to see you. It's been a while. Welcome. Good to have you here. Always good to see you guys. All right. Let me see here. What is going on over here? I hope desk is vibrating. Why? Oh, guess what? You're much better. Thank you. Good to hear. Good to hear. I'm glad to hear that, SRB. Still worrying about Miss Sherry, though. It makes me nervous. That virus stuff is not a joke. Todd, who dat? What's going on? Good to see ya. I'm still hungry from last night's chat. I'm telling you, it made me hungry too. Definitely. I got you, Cletus. I just now looked at what that was. I appreciate that. I did it to you. I deserved it. You're right. I went in there last night after my live, and they're talking about. I'm a jokester. You guys know that. They were talking about their Discord, so I went in and made. Well, actually, it was because Cletus was complaining about all the noise it makes, and it does get irritating. You guys, you've heard it go through here while I'm live. And so I went in and just ding, 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 and made it go off. They knew it was me, but it's okay. He did it to me as soon as I started, which he told me he was going to, and I deserved it. It's all in good fun, folks. Gotta love it. That noise is irritating, though. It really is. When it goes off incessantly when you're doing something like this, you know. Oh, yeah, I agree with you on that, Audrey. I'm definitely interested to hear what Eddie has to say about that. It should be interesting. I am so out of loop. It's another platform, Brian. You Discord, it's just a crazy thing. It's a pain in the arse at some time. But come on in, guys. Grab your seat. I did Firefly. I shut mine down immediately. I forgot to do it. I should have done it. I wasn't thinking about it until it started going nuts. But I silenced it. So go ahead, type away, guys. It's not going to happen now. Miss Noni McPoppins, welcome. Good to see you today. Hope you're having a great day. Oh, he has literally been waiting for 20. I'm sure he has. Well, you got it in, buddy. It's all good. We got to have a little fun every now and then, guys. There's so much crap that we deal with. You got to make it a little bit fun. Awesome. Good stuff, Moonlit. You'll probably enjoy it. It's a lot to learn. Victoria, good to see you. Yes, thank you, Deborah. That's a fact. There's a lot of people being sick right now, and I was hoping that this cold weather might kill some of this crap. Oh, my Miss Brady's sick too now. Good Lord. Take care of yourselves, guys, please. Show my cup. This one. My brown cup. Or this one. Through crime time. Yes, the Discord is it's a damn Discord. I agree with you on that one, Salty. What's up, Tech Death? Yeah, it was a good year. I wish we would have gone a little bit further. Albeit, there's always next year. Typical Browns fan, you know. I'm going to respond to that clue. Especially if you're a Squealers fan. Absolutely, Todd. No problem. Grandbaby just got over being sick. It was, yeah, I know, Shelly. It's been going bad. Like, especially with the kids and the adults getting RSV and this. My doctor claimed that I had this thing called the long flu. That's a new one for me. I've never heard that before, but whatever. Green Bay and the Niners. Hey, I like Green Bay. Got more Super Bowl rings than the. Oh my God. We're not going there because no, you don't. You know why you don't? Because we, as the Browns, we won just as many, if not more, rings. Before they named it the Super Bowl, it was just called the championship game or something like that. We were in there too, so whatever. Why be so nosy? Good to see you. Good to have you here. Thank you for joining us. I have been ill, off, and on. I know. Mine started back around October, around Halloween, because y'all can't count. Don't make me block you over some football shit, Clue. Telling you right now, I'll jump through this computer and throw a football at you. Something said, damn football. Exactly. The Bills, hey, the Bills are they're doing some stuff out there right now. They beat them Steelers, didn't they? Niners are going in again. Canadian Cat Lady, great to see you. Thank you for joining us today. We're going to get there, Brian. I'm just giving everybody a chance. We got 170 peeps in here with 80 likes. What is going on with that? Come on, guys. Make that match. If you will, let's get in the algorithm and make it fun. Proud Mary, good to see you. I'm recovering from tick bite fever. What? Tick bite? Did you get Lyme disease? I've never heard of tick bite fever. I've heard of people getting Lyme disease from being bit by ticks, but never tick bite fever. Whoa. Gray Pearl, good to see you. Tamara, thank you for joining us. Or Tamara. Salty Grace, good to see you. Happy Friday to you. Yeah, what the hell is tick bite fever? I've never heard of that before. Like I said, I've heard of people ending up with Lyme disease because they were, bit by a tick, but never heard of that one. Uh-oh, Rocky Mountain tick fever? What? That's new too. Susie Smith, welcome. Good to see you. 93 likes, guys. We're almost there. We can do this. I hope you're staying warm all the way up there in the north, Miss Canadian Cat Lady. Please do. Jamie Rosberg, good to see you. Can't believe Dallas didn't do any changes. What the hell? Yeah. I'm so depressed, guys. I'll be honest with you. Every year at this time, I get depressed. I watch the Super Bowl, whoever ends up going, because it's never my team. And after that, I go into a depression because I hate Salty. You're killing me today. Damn fevers. I hate not having football around. I love it, folks. It's one of my true passions. I love football. Rocky Mountain spotted fever. That's a form of tick bite. Oh, okay. I didn't know that. Wow, interesting. You learn something new every day. This is too funny. You're killing me today, Salty. I love this. Damn football. Damn Discord. Damn fevers. Nat Cat, welcome back. Great to see you. Thank you for joining us. Susie Smith, thank you for being here. So, yes, guys, we definitely have something interesting to talk about today. New documents and true crime time. I suffer from SAD. Uh-oh. I'm almost afraid to ask. What is that, Salty? What is SAD? I'm almost afraid to ask. Chile the Southern, good to see you. Thank you for being here today. Appreciate you. Sorceress, welcome back. Damn gag order. That's a big one. For real, big one. Carrie Louise, thank you for joining us today. Seasonal affective disorder. I'll be damned. Good stuff, Clue. And that's what it is. Is it anything like Sundowners syndrome? Anything like that? Or Teresa, welcome. Good to see you. Seasonal defective, or you meant affective disorder too. Yeah, I gotcha. Damn winner. Damn everything today. Michael 007, welcome to you. Thank you for joining us today. Lack of natural light. Yeah. Damn Panthers. Yep. Damn football, I'm telling you. Lack of sun. Okay. I know a little bit about some of these things, but never heard of that. I think I have heard about seasonal that seasonal disorder thing. Sudden adult death syndrome. I've never heard that one. Sudden infant death syndrome. I've heard. SIDS, you know. Sadly, I've had to deal with that a couple of times. Comes in the cold winter months when the sun gets sleepy. Yes. The sun needs to rest 2 good times, guys. You know that. It's Friday. Y'all have not heard one word, like maybe when I'm supposed to check in to. Well, Bryan, when's this happening? When's this happening, sir? That's new. Sudden adult deaths came after the show. Really? No shit. Wow. Okay. I've heard of it. I didn't know it had a name. You don't know? What do you mean? Like, is it not scheduled, Bryan? I can't type. I'm going to stop now. The 25th. Is it still the 25th, Bryan? I didn't know if you were going in earlier than that for testing or anything like that. Maybe not. Oh, speaking of which, do we have any birthdays today? I missed Zelda's and I felt bad, so I gave her a doubled up last night. But maybe I should start that's why I'm gonna start checking, since people don't always want to tell, or they forget, or think I'm too busy. Of course you'd get a cake when it's your birthday. Everybody gets a cake and a song for their birthday from me. That's just how I do it. It's coming, Shelly. I just gotta do my thing to get everything rolling. No birthdays today? December 18th. You didn't tell me, Moonlit. It was yesterday. Or no, December 8th, last month. Sorry. I don't for real think I am. Okay, gotcha, Bryan. All right, guys. Well, no birthdays. Everybody's having a great day to start off. We got 180 people in here, 104 likes. We are rolling, and you guys rock and roll. Here we go. Yours was yesterday, Carrie. You should have told me. Real cake. Oh, clue. No, hell no, you don't get a cake. If I don't get a cake, you don't get a cake. Gladys Kravitz, thank you for joining us today. Love Tina 2010. Hey, welcome. Good to see you. Yes, we do have docs. No problem. They're coming. I'm getting ready to load them in right now. Heather Fitzgerald, welcome. Good to see you. And let me get this opened up for you guys. Asking me for a real cake. I'll send you a cake. Don't worry about it. When your birthday hits, you let me know. I will send you a cake, Clue. Julianne, good to see you. But you have to eat it live when I send it to you. If I send you a cake, you're going to have to eat it on your live. That's the only way I'm sending you a cake, Clue. So, Justy Lynn, good to see you. Why is this taking so long to load? All this talk of cake, it's all sludged out now. Tell you what, folks, cake is good. My favorite is the Dairy Queen ice cream cake. Oh my God, I love that. Love it. Where is that? Come on, stop playing these games with me. Every time. Every time. It never, ever fails. Maybe it's because my email is so overloaded. I need to dump a bunch of this. Nope. There it is. Good Lord. Took long enough. It did not want to load. It was like it was shoveling snow or something. What's up, Riddler? Good to see ya. Rissa Roberts, welcome to you. Thank you for joining us today, guys. Am I popular? I don't know. Do you think I'm popular, Charlie? Does anybody else think I'm popular? Do you think just people are bored? They come in here because they're bored. I don't know about the popular thing. I think it's just people are bored and they're like, oh, I'll go watch this guy with no teeth running his mouth. We'll see. Yes, that's what it is. People get bored and then they're like, I'm gonna go watch this guy with no teeth and no neck. Let's go see what he has to say. Yeah, I would. That's it right there, Angel. You're right. I'd be popular if I had cake for everybody. For sure. For sure. Oh, you're okay. It is funny. It's true. Very true. Where are they at here? Come on. All right. So we got two more documents. I showed you guys the document that was dropped as of the 12th. Okay. Excuse me, guys. And to Evie Marie, welcome back to you. All things silver. Great to see you as well. Tomboy Charm. Hey, hey. Thank you for joining us today. Appreciate you guys. Dago, I only watch because you're Italian. Hey, I'll take that. I'll take it. It is what it is. Forget about it. Well, thank you, Jamie Rosberg. I appreciate that as well. And Jesse Lynn, I appreciate that too. You guys are very, very kind. I really do appreciate that from all of you. I promise you I do. Well, thank you for that as well, Angel. Thank you. I think you're awesome. I love coming here and over at Clues to have discussions with kind people who do not place judgment. It very nice. And thank you. I appreciate that. I mean, I think you might have got confused on the Clue being a nice person thing, but I understand. It's okay. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. That was a joke. Just getting back at her for some of the stuff she does to me. So, like I said, two more documents dropped on the 17th. And motion to seal defendant's reply to the state's objection to defendant's motion for interlocutory. And order sealing defendant's reply to state's objection to defendant's motion for interlocutory. We're going to start with the first one. There we go. Missy Q, good to see you. No, you don't ever say noodles. It's pasta. Pasta. Lynn69, wonderful to see you. I hope you're doing well. Good to have you here. Jacko606, thank you for joining us. That would be interesting. They should end the gag order so we would all deal with facts, not crazy lies or speculation. Amen to that one. Amen to that. Oh, he can ding all he wants, Tomboy. I shut it down. The volume is off. Okay. Is that it? There you go. That should be large enough for you guys to be able to see. All right. So first document, again, motion to seal defendant's reply to state's objection to defendant's motion for interlocutory. God, I hate saying that. Comes now. Bryan C. Kohberger, Bryan, through his attorneys, hereby moves the court for an order to seal the defendant's reply to the state's objection to defendant's motion to reconsider orders denying motions to dismiss indictment and in the alternative for permission to appeal from interlocutory orders and stay of proceedings pursuant to ICAR 32. Miss Ann Taylor signed that one. So that is the motion to seal the reply to the state's objection to, and I say it slow, folks, it's a lot. The motion to seal the defendant's defense reply to the state's objection to the defense's motion for the interlocutory documentation stuff, okay? So there's that one. And then this is the hold on. This is the order sealing defendant's reply to the state's objection to defendant's motion for interlocutory. These are the new, hey, Cotty, hey, these are the new documents dropped. So, what's up, Fallon? The court having before it the motion to seal the defendant's reply to the state's objection to defendant's motion for interlocutory and good cause appearing now. Therefore, it is hereby ordered that the defendant's reply to the state's objection to the defendant's motion to reconsider orders denying motions to dismiss indictment and in the alternative for permission to appeal from interlocutory orders and stay proceedings, excuse me, shall be sealed pursuant to ICAR 32. They had to say all that just to say it was sealed. And there it is. So that one has been sealed. That's what we're talking about today. BK needs to make up his mind. You mean you want us to know only what you say that we can know? Come on. I don't think that's fair. You know, like, okay, you can tell them what I said on line 3. You can tell them what I said on line 23. And please tell them what I said on line 13. But do not tell them what I said on lines, everything else. Come on. Come on. Come on. Enough already, guys. You seal it, you unseal it. You seal it, you unseal it. This is what we're talking about today, guys. It's definitely going to be a conversation. And the first person I want to hear from, because typically he likes to do things on his own. So I'm going to bring Eddie up here first, if you're interested today, buddy. I do want to hear your thoughts on this. And then anybody else. After that, we can do that. All right, that's a good point. JC said, are we surprised? No. Nothing in this case surprises me at this point. Mr. Jesse, what's happening, my friend? Good to see you. Did Bill Thompson give Ann Taylor a taste of her own medicine? Kind of seems like it. A little bit, you know? All right, buddy. It's great to see you, Jesse. That's true. Appreciate you being here, bud. All right, there is the link, Jesse, if you're ready to jump up here. Or not Jesse, I'm sorry. Eddie, I would love to hear from you, sir, about this. Apple Bottom Jeans, good to see you. I like the way you wrote that, too. Clue says that she's kind of surprised that they would out the prosecution like that, but I have a theory, of course, and we will hear it. Julie Dunn, thank you for joining us. I just assumed all docs need to be sealed until the judge responds to her motion to unseal. Guess I shouldn't assume. I think I agree with that comment earlier. Like, they need to drop the gag. The gag has been nothing but drama, folks. It's caused all the problems that we've had, in my opinion. So I definitely think that's what they need to get rid of. What is happening, Edward?
Good to see you.
You too, brother. Thank you for joining me. And I wasn't trying to put you out there, but I know that you kind of like to have your own spot. That way there's no like disturbing and distraction. So welcome, Stardust. Good to see you. So, and I definitely wanted to hear any thoughts you had on this, because this is an interesting scenario to me.
I've been trying to follow it closely.
Yeah.
So to me, it seems like she's challenging the ruling. You know, so the motion to dismiss based on biased grand jury, inadmissible evidence, lack of sufficient evidence, and prosecutorial misconduct in withholding exculpatory.
Yes.
And then the judge ruled on that on December 15th, both in a court order denying the motion, resulting from the afternoon hearing that was open. And also there's a response on the 15th that is not in the court record, but it's his ruling on the, he denied the motion from the AM hearing.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, the last sentence of that, I'll read it. It says, further, the state did not engage in prosecutorial misconduct in presenting their case to the jury, which is kind of interesting to me because, otherwise, why would she had a case there. She's saying that specifically the prosecutorial misconduct results from the withholding of the exculpatory.
Right.
So he's what he's saying is contrary to that. So is he saying that they didn't withhold exculpatory, or is he saying, that even though they did withhold exculpatory, not going to find that, the state engaged in prosecutorial misconduct?
Right.
So then we have, then we have the state motioning for a scheduling order on December 21st. And then also on December 21st, which we cannot see, it's not in the court record, but she has to, in a rush, file this motion her motion to challenge that ruling, the motion to reconsider,
Yeah, right there. That one right there.
Let's take a look where you're at.
It doesn't show the document itself, but it shows that it was motion. The motion was put through.
Yes, yeah, it was put. I think what we can see is filed on the 22nd. The motion for the court to seal the motion to reconsider.
Right here. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, because we have the 21st. We have the two motions: motion for scheduling, and then sealed motion to reconsider orders denying motions to dismiss the indictment, and in the alternative for permission to appeal from the interlocutory orders and a stay of proceedings was on the 21st. And then the 22nd, we had a motion to seal defendant's motion for that interlocutory, and then again, order for sealing the defendant's motion for interlocutory.
So it seems like her argument is challenging that ruling, and she wants the public to be able to see, because this is procedural and legal, and it doesn't go into areas covered by rule or order. So
Right.
He has a right to for the rule to apply as it is written, rather than disadvantage him with items remaining sealed.
Right.
So how can it seems like it's one part of me says that there's no way that the judge is going to allow this, but then how would he get away with that? She wouldn't be saying she wouldn't be filing for this motion to unseal those two components, and by the way, there's just two components. I've seen a lot of like confusion online. Some people are, confounding this with the gag order, which it is not.
Right.
There's two things that she wants that to be unsealed, and that is the defendant's motion to reconsider orders, and also the state's objection to this motion.
Right.
Okay. So I think she wants us to see what's going on, right?
Gotcha.
Because it's going to expose something if we can see that.
Well, but at the same time, do you think that they're going to allow that, or do you think that it's going to be just what she like do? I mean, I'm trying to figure out how.
No, it's a good question, and I struggle with that too. Because how can he not? If this is, if this is covered,
right,
by Idaho Court Administrative Rule 32. So he's kind of, those are the boundaries, right? Those are the guide rails. He's got to work within that. How can he, deny it if it is compliant, right? If it fits the definition of that rule.
I do agree, and that's what I'm saying is like, I don't, there's probably going to be some things in there that maybe they don't want us to see, but at that point, how you can't prevent it. So Salty's asking, are you saying that BK was tricked into the gag order? And she says that's a question. Then she says, no, he's smart. Remember, if you want one document unsealed, then unseal them all. That's how I see it, in that sense. So, and then CL says, in my opinion, she wants off this case, by definition, ineffective counsel. I mean, I guess you could see it, from that way too. Welcome, Kate. I don't know. I mean, that's a good point, CL, because other people, I've seen a few other things where people are saying that Ann Taylor might wanting to quit, and get off the case. And I'm wondering, what would be reasonings for that? Maybe she feels like she just can't do this now, or maybe she feels like there's something that they have that they can't fight against. I mean, I don't know. I'm not saying that's what I think. I'm just saying I've seen different people's opinions on that. So
yeah, and I've been kind of following CL's
right
opinion on this for a while now, and it's amazing to me, and I don't want to like put anyone's thoughts or theories down. That's never my intention, but that's a strong opinion when you don't know, right? You don't really know exactly everything behind that decision of hers. It seems, from everything we can see,
right,
is that in a rush to, again, that December 21st, the motion for scheduling order, the state wants to put forth a trial date, and then she has to get this motion to reconsider in, and again, she did it the very same day. And again, it is not on the court record on the 21st. You won't be able to find it, but the motion to seal that is on the 22nd. So we can see that she put that motion in on the 21st, the same day that the state filed their motion for scheduling, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So she was pressured into doing that, the abundance of caution, in other words, right?
Right.
So we have to just trust that. I mean, I don't know if, there's no red flags from what I can see that Ann Taylor is not doing everything she can here
Gotcha.
for her client.
Gotcha. Right.
But to take a hard position against that is just premature.
Gotcha.
Right? And they're not trying to criticize, but would you still feel that way if you had an hour to interview Ann Taylor and she explained it all to you and then it made sense, right?
Yeah, no, I understand. I know what you're saying.
Maybe there's something we don't know, but we can't really just go hard line on such an opinion.
Right. I think people are looking at it as in, well, you sealed this, now you want to unseal this. Why? What's going on? You know what I'm saying? CL says, you don't rush anything. You don't take directive from prosecutor. That's why the defense attorney, her job is to look out for her client's best interests, and she didn't, and blames the prosecutor. Okay, and that's how CL sees that. So I'm guessing why, like, what, and I respect everybody's thoughts on both sides of this. What is your basis on that, CL? Like, why are you saying that you believe that way is what I mean? And that's why I like having these conversations, so that we can kind of open the doors up for people to understand these things and to see these things as for what they are, or, to try to differentiate what we know and don't know. Okay, so somebody asked for this here. It's a good idea, actually, too, as we're talking about this. Maybe I can't blow. Yeah, I can. Hold on. Okay. I'm just trying to see if CL has an answer at that moment, and then we can go forward. So you don't see it that way, Eddie, as in, like, she didn't provide what she was going to, or what she should have for him, in that sense.
No, I don't see it that way.
Gotcha, CL. Thank you.
I have to trust that she sealed it so that, like she mentions, she's able to get this motion filed in time. I guess, I don't know, am I naive to believe that? I guess I have to believe it. What else can I believe?
Absolutely. No, I understand. Makes sense. If Ann leaves this case, it isn't because she isn't capable. It would mean that her client would be difficult. And that would be a good reasoning behind that, Salty. I understand. Heather Monster saying defense could be sanctioned by the prosecutor if they file unsealed. They cannot just file unsealed without first asking the judge. Of course. No, that makes sense. So in essence, let me ask you, Eddie, so why do you think that now, after they sealed this and now they're trying to unseal it, what do you think the basis behind that is? What's your opinion, I should say, like, wholeheartedly?
So somewhere in that document, her challenging, she's put forth an argument, and then the state objects to that motion as well. Those two items that she wants unsealed, that's going to reveal something about, what is some of the things that are happening here, that are working. If there's any, and I want to select my words here, but if there's anything happening to Bryan Kohberger,
take your time, bud,
that shouldn't be, that are out of sorts,
right, inconsistent
with him having, any type of fairness, is there something happening that we all need to see in order for us to get another piece of this puzzle, right?
Gotcha. Gotcha. So that's basically, in essence, what you think might be going on. Then, is it maybe she's seeing something that she believes that the rest of the world needs to see to make, better judgment as to what they think is going on. Sorry.
Certainly a guilty person would not want anything negative exposed ahead of his trial date. That would certainly, possibly taint a jury pool, a potential jury pool from going into it thinking against the defendant. But an innocent person, on the other hand, would want this type of information out there if he's truly innocent.
Sure, that makes sense. I agree, definitely. Heather Fitzgerald says 100%, Eddie. It does have something revealing for sure, and that's why she wants it unsealed, in her opinion. And I think a lot of people feel that way at this point. I'm not 100% on my thought, but that's why we're doing this, because I want to hear everybody's, and then maybe I can make a decision based on what my thoughts are too.
It sounds like the email communications with the prosecutor's office, they have the documents to back that up. She wouldn't mention that unless she had them. So they wanted the filing sealed in those emails.
Yeah.
It would be
right. And I agree.
It'd be hard to challenge that. That must be a fact.
Okay. And then CL says, then why did she seal it in the first place, knowing that it would benefit her client? Which is another good question. It's hard. How you look at this, it's hard, guys. Again, this.
In order to file that, I guess that leaves it. So there's a question then. If she didn't, then would that have delayed somehow? It's a question. It's just a rhetorical question, but does that delay her being able to, on the 21st, file that motion to reconsider? And if so, then there's your answer.
Gotcha.
Maybe it's a two-part question. So if there was a delay in her filing that motion to reconsider on the 21st, then how detrimental is that? What is that deadline? What is the target of that deadline? And would any delay in that have compromised, have put at risk her being able to file that motion? When it's better off just to go ahead and file the motion on December 21st. And then, because those filings and proceedings are not covered within ICAR 32, you can afterwards appeal to have them unsealed.
Okay. I got you. I'm sorry, guys. I'm grabbing my coffee real fast here. I got you, Eddie. I can hear you the whole time. I guess that does make sense in that sense. It's very the spectrum with this, folks, is very hard to kind of like grasp onto anything, in a sense, in my opinion. So, excuse me. Kate says, did people read the filing? They explain the exact reason why they went with sealing it in the first place, right? Take care, Cotty. Crafts and Crime. Good to see you. With the gag order, they have to seal it, I would think, right? I mean, I imagine, yeah, this is where my inexperience in the legal, I'm learning, but, and real quick, just to get to something. Everybody's asking, what is this Idaho ICAR 32, blah, blah, blah. We say it all the time, daily, almost, okay? This is what it is, you guys, okay? A statement of policy. This rule is adopted pursuant to Supreme Court authority to control access to court records as recognized in the Idaho Public Records Act. The public has a right to access the judicial department's declarations of law and public policy. and to access the records of all proceedings open to the public. This rule provides for access in a manner that promotes accessibility to the court records, supports the role of the judiciary, promotes governmental accountability, contributes to public safety, minimizes the risk of injury to individuals, protects individual privacy rights and interests, protects proprietary business information, minimizes reluctance to use the court system, makes the most effective use of court and clerk of court staff, provides excellent customer service, and avoids unduly burdening the ongoing business of the judiciary. In the event of any conflict, this rule shall prevail over any other rule in the issue of access to judicial records. And there's definitions down. There's a lot to this, so I'll get into that, but I want to get through what Eddie's talking about first. Does anybody have anything else that goes along with what Eddie's saying?
So I guess long story short is it looks like it could be that exculpatory evidence, right?
It very well could be. That's kind of where I was going at the same point when I was looking at it. Maybe it is that exculpatory evidence and they want the public to see this. That way, if you see this, it's going to change things in a lot of ways. If it's that serious, in my opinion, you know what I mean? And a lot of people have said that to me in emails too. Salty says, "Look, if they file unsealed, it would have caused." Wait a minute, let me read this right. Look, if they file unsealed, it would have caused a ton of problems. It just happened in Delphi. Yeah, Delphi. That's another mess. But thank you, Salty. And CL says again, real quick, as a defense attorney, why didn't she know that? And why would she be taking instruction from a prosecutor? Would you be happy if you're... No, I agree, CL. Maybe she was trying one specific type of a defense strategy and it wasn't working. So now she's going to try to turn this and try to see if this works better. You see what I'm saying? I mean, these are just thoughts. Not saying it's fact, folks, just thoughts. So now, if it don't make sense, if it's exculpatory, why are they still holding the man in jail? Well, again, it depends on what it is. It depends on how definitive the evidence is and what it can actually do. Clue says, I think she's using it extremely wisely. I can agree with that. I mean, this woman's pretty good, but and again, it was all done knowing what she was doing too. Right. Go ahead, Eddie. Sorry.
We just don't know about leverage, these emails. We don't know what those emails contain. It seems like oversimplifying it. Like, could she have just disregarded what Bill Thompson, what the prosecution rather was saying in those emails and just did her own thing? That might be oversimplifying it to think that maybe, there's those emails contain something which would explain it. We'll never know. But he sought those sealings of those filings solely based on those email communications. We know that much.
Right. I don't know. I'm kind of confused myself. And I don't know which way to go with it because I don't want to make a judgment based on what we see in here without knowing more facts, I guess you could say. I guess without knowing what's in there. Clue says, yeah, she could have, but if she did that, she would have lost the ability to do what she's doing right now. And that was directed at you, bud.
Yeah, and I was just going to respond to that.
Okay.
And the only thing I would say to that is I would use the word could have lost. We don't know if she would have lost because we don't know all the facts, but it seems quite possible she could have lost the ability to do what she's doing. I agree.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, she can't, Clue. She's not going to lie in this document. She knows that she has to have proof of what she's saying. Should they ask for it? And that's true. You know, she can't lie. That's fact. But
Right.
even the defense isn't allowing leaks. If real exculpatory exists, I have a feeling it might get leaked. And I agree. I do agree, because we've seen things like this happen already. You know what I mean? I do agree with that one. Salty, 100%. So I don't know. I tend to feel like I agree with you a little bit, Eddie, on that side of that, as far as there's something there. There's definitely something there that they want us to see. Definitely they want us to see specifically, as in people in social media and the public. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So if she doesn't bring up the issues now, she can't bring them up on appeal, on an appeal, should BK get convicted. Well, is that true, though? She can't bring up any issues at that point if there's an appeal, if he does get convicted? I don't know if is that true?
Well, I wouldn't be able to speak on that, but
I'm just like asking in general.
Yeah, we just can't broaden out, what this all means beyond it certainly looks like it's just these two documents that she wants unsealed.
Right.
The defendant's motion to reconsider orders, denying motions to dismiss indictment.
The biggest question I have with this, I'll be honest with you, Eddie, why right now? Is it in succession with things that have just happened, or is it just the time that she did it? You know what I'm saying? That's the question I've had with this immediately when I saw this. Is there something specifically related to current events that have taken place? Is this something that was timed to do it right now? Or was this something that she just did it in it, but there's no meaning behind it in that sense? I just can't help but think that everything she does is timed for that in her strategy. Sorry, guys. If there was something to see, it would have never been sealed per her request if she was looking out for his best interest. And I see where you're going, CL. I mean, and that's a strong feeling. I get it. 1 second. Sorry about that. My son had a question for me. There are big accounts in this space ready and willing to drop leaks. Oh, I'm sure. I can guarantee that. I agree on that one too, Salty. They just, as soon as they have, yeah, I see that happening. Don't be surprised when it gets unsealed and it's more about procedures and information publicly known already. This has nothing to do with removing gag or evidence. Okay. I mean, that's a good point. There are no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Her actions and inactions are very telling. That's another good point. Another good point. Trying to see. Did I miss it? Something to see. Okay, we've seen that already.
Well, I can say this for sure. CL is even more skeptical than me in general. I'm pretty skeptical. I question everything.
So, right. No, I get it. I do. I mean, I think at this point, everybody is questioning a lot.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that, but I just don't get a bad vibe from Ann Taylor.
I got you. I do absolutely get you.
This other document, though, the public order for disclosure of IGG information,
Right.
that's an interesting one as well.
Absolutely. I do agree with you. Absolutely. Hold on one second, Eddie. I'm sorry. I'm typing something real quick.
Yeah, take your time.
One second. I'm so sorry. Let me see something here. 1 second. Hold on. Okay, I'm looking and I'm trying to find something here that relates to what was just said. And I had a document and I cannot find it, I'm sure. But I don't even know the title of it at this point to remember what it is.
So I'll just share my only other thought that it could possibly be about, you know, does it expose the court's ruling? You know, the December 15th public order denying. Does the court's ruling, is it sound? Is she challenging that? That's my only other thought. It's just a thinking out loud.
Right. All right, guys, hold on a second. I can't find this damn document.
Which one is it?
I don't know. That's the thing. I saw something. It was a couple months back, and I can't remember the name of it, if you know what I'm saying. We were looking at it. Good God, what is it? We're January, December. In November, it had something to do with the exculpatory stuff. Okay, it was a document that we had pulled up. I can't remember for the life of me what the hell it was.
Okay.
I mean, do you remember? I mean, you're probably.
I think I might know which one you're thinking about.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, guys. I have a very bad memory, and there's a lot going on. So
let's see. That might be not on the court record. Is that maybe having to do with Richard Battanti?
Yes, it did have to do with him.
During the course of my investigation, it became known to me BF has information material to the charges against Mr. Kohberger, portions of which information BF has is exculpatory.
Okay, that was part of it. Yeah, that was part of it. But there was something else that we went over that went along with that at that point in time too. Guys, I'm so sorry. My memory is horrible. And we've done so much of this. It's hard to relate back to that point. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Annie Peterson, trust me, defense attorneys can never win. They get crapped on for, yeah, I know. They do. That's fact. I don't make any opinions on feels or vibes. I look at the actual actions and inactions. No feels or vibes needed with the truth. No, I understand. So, all right, let's go to that then. So, CO is pretty dead set on this thought that, you know, she's not doing her job in a sense, and she's not handling her client as she should. You know what I'm saying? So, that's just based on her actions. CL is what you're saying. Okay, I can understand, but what I've seen, you know, what I've seen from her personally The only thing that I had any issues with Ann with was I thought that she would have done a little bit more with the alibi. That's me. That's just my opinion. Doesn't mean that I'm right, so don't everybody like cut my head off at the same time, please. So before, I mean, other than that, you know, what else has she done that makes you, in a sense, feel that way? Is it because Ashley made a good point? Here we go. My concern is my concern is, does she have political aspirations? That's been brought up. Okay. So if that's the case, if she's trying to run for judge or something like that, but I would think that she would do more, Ash, if that's the case, to try to make sure she wins this case. Am I wrong for saying that? And that's true too, Annie. She can't lie, and that's fact. So I don't know. Like, what? I don't mean to call you out, CL, but I'm following along with you at the same time. Like, what can you throw any kind of actions out there that she has done per se that have made you kind of feel that way? I guess is what I'm trying to ask. I'm not saying I disagree with you. I'm just saying, like, show me, you know, where you're talking about, and that way I can go back and say, okay, yeah, that makes sense. You know what I mean? Tanel Ray says, I think defense is holding everything back, not giving the state anything. I mean, that's not legal though, Tanel. They can't do that, right or wrong. Could I have been thinking about the Brady Giglio violation? No, it was something different, hon. Thank you, though. I appreciate your input, helping trying to figure that out. My brain is just scrambled eggs anymore, folks. I'm sorry. Standing in silence and out driving details will follow. I mean, I just felt like that was weak. For a defense attorney to offer an alibi to a case like this, I'm like, that's it. I was disappointed in that. Whether that's what his alibi actually was, I would have thought they would have done more with that. You know what I'm saying? So that was my biggest thing with her at the point. But I haven't seen anything else that she's done to make me feel like she's not doing the best she can for him. I mean, she brought in but I always say his name wrong. Batantio, however you say it. Anyway, he's like the best investigator out there. She brought him in. Jay Logston, he's very good. So, I mean, she's got a good team with her. How could she do more with that weekend? I know. I agree with you. But as a defense attorney, I expected her to try to formulate or mold something better than just that. Because it's a weak alibi, folks. I've always thought that. Okay. I'm not saying that it's not, you know, possible, because I do it. I did it. You know, I would go driving at night. It made sense to me. Willie, he said the same thing when we were talking about that one time. A lot of people think that it's an okay alibi. When they were approached for that, though, I was just like, here it comes. Here it comes. Okay. Do you know what I mean? And I was just like, whoa, that was not. Okay, here we go. Thank you, CL. Okay. No bail hearing requested by the defense. I've never seen a defense attorney not request a bail hearing. I know, and I took that as this is a quadruple homicide. They probably didn't think they were going to be able to get one anyway, so they didn't even go to that. That's my opinion, though. I'm not saying that's why. Let's see. Expert witnesses they presented were not even experts, and that was disclosed on the record. Yes, I understand. And I can't give an answer as to what that is. Shall I go on? I got you. Okay. I see what you're saying. And these are all decent points, CL. They do make sense. And that makes sense to me now, why you think that way. I get it. And I never thought of the witness thing. Maybe they couldn't find anybody else that would, you know, approach this case that would do that. You know, I know this the Soto case got bail too. I figured, hey Kara, good to see you, dear. Hope you're doing well. I just figured when I realized there was no bail hearing that it was just such a traumatic incident that they didn't even want to approach it because the judge was going to say forget it. You know what I mean? That was my thought on that.
Yeah, I think that's covered. Isn't that?
It was in one of the documents way back. I just didn't remember the exact reasoning for it, but I'm just telling you why I thought they did it. Truly.
I thought it was even discussed during that press conference. Was it December 30th?
I'm
just spitballing, but
yeah, I do agree with you. I think, like I said, guys, this was a year ago. So, but the court deemed them experts and the state didn't object. That's true too. But then we also had the state, people went and spoke to one of these witnesses. The FBI did. That was a little sketchy to me, so we can look at both sides of that for that instance. But so are we now done blaming Ann when things don't work out? Oh, salty. I love it. Are we now done blaming Ann when things don't work out for BK? The alibi could be true, but come on. No, I know. I told you a long time ago, guys. I was disappointed and I thought it was weak. What's up, K-Dips? Good to see you. I get it. I do. I understand. That's why I've been in the middle with this for so long, because I can't. Things happen on this side of stuff, and it makes me go, well, okay. And then over here, something happens, and I'm like, That's why we have these conversations, folks, especially when there's new documents. So, and we got both sides. It's a debate, folks. Everything's debatable on this, and I like that we can debate and not try to kill each other. That's important. Always remember, everyone's entitled to their opinions at all times, and please be kind to each other. Thank you, Firefly. And everyone, please remember that, and make sure your safety belts are buckled snugly. Stay in your seats, and we shall move forward. Right? Why did they speak to the person? Perhaps because she wasn't an expert at all. So why was she put on the stand? Well, the court did, though. It was stated the court deemed them experts and allowed for them to date. I say that. So in essence, though, see how when they were brought into the stand, they have to be, the court has to look at them and say, okay, she's okay or he's okay, go forth. They did that. They didn't doubt that. They didn't stop that. They didn't, they didn't argue that at that point. And not until after the fact is when they sent the FBI there. And I don't think it had anything to do with that, though. That's my thought on that. 4 people with horrible crime scene suspect crossed state lines. He wasn't getting bail, and if he did, who would pay it? That's another point too. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure that they didn't expect nobody to pay it or be able. That's not their issue to worry about. But still, that's a good point. The bail would have been in the millions, in my opinion. So, deemed them her expert witness, but they offered nothing to help Bryan. I mean, it was interesting what they said, but there could have been more. I agree with you. They could have found better people, but that's the problem, though. I think, what if they couldn't get anybody else that wanted to touch this as far as experts go? I'm sorry, but if I was a professional in that field and somebody asked me to come in and speak on this, I'd be nervous, guys. I wouldn't want to be involved in that, because what you say is going to sway people in one way or the other, period. That's just, you got to realize that. So maybe that was the issue. They just couldn't get anybody that would come to do this, I agree. At this point right now, I agree with you that a lot of people should be in the middle instead of the innocent side of it yet, because we haven't seen enough guys to say that he's innocent. Okay. And this, again, is my opinion. We haven't seen enough proof or of anything in that point to say Bryan didn't do this, in my opinion, because I still feel like he could have done this. And I know people feel how they do. I respect that from all you guys. I promise you that. I really do. But I don't know. I don't know what to think. In some senses, but did you have anything else to add to that, Eddie?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. Well, I appreciate your input. And like I said, I agree with you. I feel in some senses that there's got to be something there that she's reaching for now at this point. And I'm not saying I feel like it's because she hasn't done her job. I'm saying I feel like maybe she's struggling at this point, maybe. Or she's got some grand plan, and this is part of it. It's going to be one of those two things for me. It's either that she's got some big plan in play, that this is all part of her strategy, whatever, or that there's something there that at this point now she feels like, okay, here's the time when we need to do this. Those are my thoughts. Yeah, I agree with that one. His family would have had to put up their home and probably more because, like I said, it would have been in the millions, in my opinion. Won't make it. I agree. I got you. Absolutely got you.
What other topics are you considering covering today?
I'm not even sure. Like I said, it's going to be whatever, but I figured there'd be a lot of people that wanted to talk in regards to this. So I figured we'd be here for a while on this. Absolutely. And I want to give everybody else, you know, the chance to voice
I can hop out.
Yeah, I just wanted to put you in here first because, like I said, I know that it's distracting sometimes, and I just give you your option to voice your stuff right up front. So
thanks for having me up.
Always, bud. Always, always, always. I appreciate it more than you know.
All right, I'll go and chat.
All right, brother. Thank you very much again, and thank you for being here today. I appreciate you. All right, and if there's anybody else that wants to jump up and voice any specifics on this or their opinions or theories, thoughts, whatever, guys, let's do it. Let's do it. It's an interesting topic. There's a lot of theories out there, a lot of opinions out there. And I really do like hearing them. It was real convenient that the FBI paid Vargas a visit after her testimony when she said that, yes, law enforcement is not always honest and does things they are not supposed to be done. And I do agree with that, Jesse. I remember when that happened, and I was like, that's kind of convenient, you know. What did the FBI go and say? You know, what did they go and do? So, that was curious to me. CL says a man's life is on the line. It's not time to play games and say the prosecutor is telling her to stay to do. I missed that one a little bit, CL. I'm sorry. If the gag is lifted, it won't change anything. I will believe any of it. What's in the documents? So you don't think that if the gag was lifted, Salty, that a bunch of stuff would come out that we haven't heard yet? I have a tendency to feel like it might. That's just me, though. Oops. Oh, I see what you... Okay, because, yeah, I know what you meant. What, not to stay? Okay. No. Hey, Jazz King, good to see you. Nope. And I need to hear from more than one expert. I can tell, and I still feel like I wish they would have had better experts, honestly, or somebody that actually is registered as an expert, folks. I agree with that one. It would have made things a lot better to understand and more pliable, I guess, for lack of better terms. Shelly says, do you think that with the house being gone, maybe that's why she's bringing it? I mean, it could be, maybe. It's a good way to look at it. Ms. Lily says, you know, it could be, honestly, thinks if he's innocent, that they're going to crucify him, and he wants the public to know how they're trying to do it. And he might be saying, no, let the world see. That's very possible too, Lily. I got you. Riddler, welcome. Good to see you, sir. Can you hear me?
Oh, hi. How are you doing?
I'm good. Thank you for joining us today. What's going on, brother?
How would this look different if there was high-profile lawyers like OJ had at this trial? Would that make the state, the university, and that judge really nervous?
Probably. You know, like Johnny Cochran, people like that. Yeah.
Right. And they bring in the press and the news media. How would that change the course of this trial?
I agree. It would definitely. Salty says, yeah, it would, but won't be believed. I mean, yeah. Okay. Or were you responding to the other thing I said, Salty? Yeah, I think it would make a big difference, honestly, Riddler. Because the way the attorneys are looked at, that are, you know what I mean, high profile attorneys and stuff like that, it would make a huge difference. A huge difference. Annie says they're nervous now, and Rowena says yes, Riddler. Big money. Wait a minute. Big money startup DNA labs getting funded money through police. Okay. Where are we at here? Oh, you're okay, Charlotte. Casey Anthony's lawyer comes to mind. Jesse Lynn says, I emailed you a couple times. No clue if I did it right. Level. I think a great show would be on people up in exonerate. Okay, gotcha. What's up, Clue?
Hello.
And Cletus.
What's happening?
What's up? So, what's your thoughts on this?
Oh, my mind's in a funk. I had it right before you put me up here. Hold on.
Mm-hmm.
So the only thing I can say to this, well, I could say a few things, but one of the things I want to point out with this is, remember that interview that Steve Gonzalez gave, and he was like, I feel like the prosecution and the defense are oftentimes playing on the same side. He was like, and if I see too much more of it, I'm gonna have to step in and say something.
Gotcha.
That is where kind of my head goes with this. Does that make any sense?
It does. No, it does. I gotcha. Who is that? Oh, Tomboy. Okay.
Because sorry.
Yeah, you're right.
Tomboy. They had waived the right to the speedy trial. So having to take, like, her reasoning in there, if I'm reading it, hold on, is like, didn't want to waste time or spend more time to file, right?
Yeah.
But if he'd already waived his right to a speedy trial, so what does it matter how much time it takes?
Wait, say that again.
So the deadline for Mr. Kohberger's motion was imminent. Thus, in an abundance of caution, the defense filed a motion to seal, right?
Yeah.
But he's already waived his right to a speedy trial. So why does it matter if they fight it? Does that make sense? Causing more time.
Yeah, I think I get what you're saying. I don't know how to answer that though.
You can.
What do you think, Cletus?
Does nobody understand what I mean?
I get what you're saying. My initial thought with the whole, what his filing was imminent is because there's probably, I don't know all the court rules and regulations, but I do know that there are deadlines and time limits on filing things, right? And, I took that initially as being he was going to have to file this by a certain time. And that's why there was pressure. But I think, honestly, I look at this and I see this as a childish thing of going, well, he made me do it. And it's like, why are you playing this game?
Well, because I look at it as leverage, and it's almost a way to expose the prosecution trying to play dirty behind the scenes.
And I agree. But I do think there is some validity to what you're talking about with what Steve had said, because it's almost like now she's if my perception of this is right, she's trying to expose or blame the cooperation on the prosecution strong arming her. And I'm I don't know exactly how I feel about it, but that's how I see this. Is that
what you're saying you think it is then?
That's what I think it is. I think she's trying to play this game of saying that the prosecution has been strong arming and influencing them. Now, on one hand, it makes her look weak and incompetent, but on the other hand, longer term, it puts shade on the prosecution. I mean, in a major way, in my mind.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, absolutely.
But that's just my thought on it. I think long term, she can look weak and still succeed. They can't look intimidating or like they've been intimidating the case And if she makes them look that way, it has a longer consequence than her appearing weak, in my mind.
Well, Kohberger had to waive a speedy trial because the defense didn't have enough time to go over all the evidence, and some of the evidence they still hadn't received yet.
And that's a good point. And I think that I think what you just said, Riddler, goes along with my train of thought and supports my train of thought a little bit more too.
Yeah, it definitely matches up. I agree with that.
I mean, they're still having a contest over this DNA, right? They're still battling back and forth over the DNA.
Yeah, and I don't think that's gonna stop anytime soon. So, that's a good point, though. I like the way you guys put that together. Actually, that matches up pretty good.
It just, I do agree. I think it's a way to sort of, because what the judge does, in a sense, can kind of tell you like where his head is, where his mindset is, if that makes any sense. If he denies it, then it's going to look a little sketchy on him. Does that make sense? Because it almost looks like he's siding with the prosecution, especially if it truly doesn't violate any of the Icker laws or whatever. But it kind of makes you wonder how, I guess, feeling it, period, if you have two parties that agree on it, you can go against the law and seal it anyway.
Right.
Does that make sense?
I mean, it does, but what you're saying there makes me wonder because I don't think she's incompetent or incapable of doing her job. I see this as a game, but what you're presenting now makes me think, is she trying to throw shade on the judge as well by showing that she's willing to just go along and violate Idaho rule as long as nobody objects to it?
Right. Which I think it could be a play to uncover corruption.
I mean, okay. So if this is unsealed and something huge is in there, then there's the point right there. It'll prove that, right?
Right.
Okay, We'll see it then and there. Welcome, Amy Conway, and Buenos dias to you. Let's see here. On a capital case going to trial before disclosure has been met would be only a choice made by someone incompetent. Okay, gotcha. Leah Story, thank you for joining us. Good to see you. Deb Tutro, you as well. Wouldn't Kara just say, hold on a minute here. 3 unknown DNA is absolute key to this. Why don't they want to give the names or work around that? Maybe these 3 unknown people could take down everything. I mean, anything is possible, Kara. But they were stating that they didn't have anything on it, so I don't know. I mean, maybe they do have something, and that's what I doubt it, though, because they wouldn't have been able to hold that back. So I don't know. I just don't know. Dean A, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. This is definitely a nail tapper. Okay, like what is, why right now? That's what has me like blitzed. Why right this moment now, today, or not today, but you know what I mean? Like, why did they do this right now? That's why next Friday, there's a hearing next Friday. Is it to give? Did they do it for a reason that would give time for people to do whatever on, as Friday's showing up next week? Is it for that? Is it, that's what has me mesmerized with this, guys. That's my biggest question. Why didn't you do this before? Why didn't you do this later? You know what I mean?
I think it's because of what they're going to court for on Friday.
Right.
And again, I think it just shows she might be trying to expose some BS, which, I mean, she kind of did in the filing itself, right? Showing that behind the scenes, the prosecutor's emailing saying he wants it filed under seal, right? That in itself, that could be a form of that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but let me ask you though, why if it's something that Ann Taylor thought was detrimental to this case, why would she seal it in the first place or agree to seal it? You know what I mean? Why would something important down the road as compared to when they sealed it? That's what I'm saying. That's another thing that has me kind of locked down with this.
I mean, it's always like, say you expose somebody, right?
Mm-hmm.
You always keep something in your pocket.
I mean, yeah, always. I get that. So that's what you're thinking, basically. Like they held on to this point purposely to say, okay, here it goes, guys. Boof.
Now well, what? Yeah. I mean, anytime you do something like this for like a favor to the prosecution, you've done them a solid. They know you've done them a solid. And one day that solid just might come to light, if that makes any sense.
No, it does. I get what you're saying. Kara said maybe to unseal it at the perfect time. And that's, I kind of thought when I saw the documents, the hearing's next Friday. Here we are. There it is. You know what I mean? So the only thing is like, okay, so we got a week to speculate what the hell this is, unfortunately. And it's going to be insane come Friday, I'm sure. But what did she just say? Stand by for Friday filing, Jay. Yeah. I have a feeling there's going to be something else that pops up before next Friday too. I have that feeling. I don't know why. I don't know why.
Dago, do you remember early in the case when they dumped the terabytes?
Mm-hmm.
What was that, 50?
51. Yes, sir.
50? Yeah.
How long would that take?
I think somebody equaled it out to be like years, actually, a couple years it would take to go through all that.
And that's my point. I think the defense does that on purpose. Even some of that stuff's it probably has no meaning in the case, but they're going to send it all over there. That's going to force her hand to waive a speedy trial, and that gives them more time to start doing things and getting things lined up.
Well, that should have been being worked on, in my opinion, from day one when they got that stuff. I agree. It's crazy. The one motion to dismiss was done in the judge's chambers out of the public's view. The second motion to dismiss was the one that was public. When Jay let that shit slip, this is why it was sealed. Okay. Well, okay. I mean, yeah, that's another point that's true too. Delphi has been exposed and we haven't had a trial yet. And for those of you that don't know, I know most everybody in here does, but after the hearing yesterday, it has been allowed that Richard Allen is getting his initial defense team back. So, even though there's been amendments, not to change the subject, but I wanted to throw that out before my brain forgot it again. Even though there's been amendments to the charges, I hope that they're going to go ahead with this trial in 70 days, as that's what the stipulations were. So we'll see.
I have a question.
Say again?
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Yesterday on the court on the website, the document website, there were 4 things on there. Today's there's 3. Where'd that motion to withdraw go?
On the Idaho website?
Yes.
There was a 4th document?
Yes.
Let me go.
It says 3.
Let me go look. Hold on a minute. Yeah, there's 3 of them. Hold on a second. Let me bring it up. So there's
2. Where'd that other one go?
There's 2.
It was the objection to motion to withdraw as counsel. It was in between the motion to seal and the order sealing.
Really?
Yeah, where did it go?
Hold on, let me go back up to the summary. Thank you, Cletus and Clue. Let me see if it's in there. I didn't even get to look at that yesterday, so I never saw that. You're kidding me. So there was a motion. Okay.
Motion.
Yeah.
Motion.
There was a motion, folks. A motion to withdraw yesterday, and now it's gone. What's
Really?
that all about?
What date was it marked? Because I've got the old case summaries as well.
1/17/24.
No shit.
It was in between the order denying request for approval and the amended notice of hearing.
In between. Say that again.
It was in between the order denying request and the amended notice of hearing.
Oh, there's three. There's three in the summary. In fact, I'll even show you guys.
Yeah,
Right
there's
here.
three. There's three.
Wow. So there was a motion to withdraw.
Yeah, who's withdrawing? And where did it go?
I don't see it.
It's not there. It's not even in the summary. All we have are the three here. Motion for interlocutory, sealing dependent, reply to state, and sealed.
Yeah.
Sealed. Wow. Never saw that. And yesterday's the day that I don't check. Imagine that, because I check every day, a couple of times a day usually.
Did you see that yesterday?
Not a motion to withdraw. I mean, what I was looking at earlier was this this one that's sealed. Where the hell did it go?
This?
Yeah, the
state's objection.
Because the state's objection to defense's, to defendant's motion, that's not, I don't see where that's filed, right?
No, we don't see that.
Yeah,
Right.
Salty says it wasn't in. Said, hold on. So she's going to go look at something.
That's wild because I don't remember looking at it yesterday or seeing it yesterday.
Hold on.
It was a screenshot being shared, but the document never showed up. Oh, where did it? Was it in? Did you see it in here yesterday, Tomboy? 45 says it was the Daybell case. Oh,
Oh, okay.
No, it's not the Daybell case. It's under Bryan Kohberger.
okay.
And did you see it in the list of documents or in the summary?
The list of documents.
Huh.
Sleuthy knows, yeah. Somebody said that another creator covered it, but I'm not gonna pull that up. Daybells showed up on the wrong file. Hold on. I see what.
Oh, okay. I have seen them do that actually more. This is obviously more than one time.
Yeah, that has happened before. I do know that, but give me a second here to show you guys something. If that's the case, like that, I've seen a bunch of people talking about somebody leaving. I'm like, what the hell is that? What's going on with that? I never heard of that, but
Okay, so I haven't lost my mind.
no, obviously.
No.
Not
Okay.
obviously not. And it has happened before. I've seen it multiple times. Hold on. All right, Sleuth, where's it at? Hold on. Where'd you go? Okay, so she's got, of course.
It's just-
Baldwin and Rozzi actually have re-entered their appearances. That's good. Go ahead. With what you were going to say, go ahead.
Me?
I think weren't you going to say something?
I don't know. I find that this whole filing is strange to me because it's, it says Mr. Kohberger acknowledges the right of the public to be fully informed of the issues. And it's like, well, where was that attitude when y'all were talking about people staring at his fly and to get the cameras out? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I got you. All right, so we got it. It was a mistake made. We're good.
Okay.
You put in the wrong case file, no big deal. Gotcha. I mean, it's good that you noticed it. Obviously. Okay, you can jump up, Salty, if you want to, real quick. Here you go. Yeah, I've seen them do that before, where they'll load something. Because some of these, especially if it's in the same state filing, they're so close together, you know, that they will throw it in some sense, which is odd. It can cause a lot of crazy crap to happen. But there's a link, Salty, if you want to jump up right there, dear.
How does that happen? There's different clerks loading them. What, do they all go to one person?
Well, that's what I'm thinking. There was that, yeah. One clerk may have been loading specific files for both and just screwed it up. You know what I mean?
But Chad Daybell is down south. Bryan Kohberger's up north. How does that happen?
I don't know. Well, it's probably because it's all from the same place that they're coming from. Ow. Different counties? Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
way different counties.
I don't know then. Is it loaded through the counties or is it loaded through the state?
It's loaded through the state.
Oh, then yeah, I don't know how that would work. I don't know anything about the filings and stuff like that, guys, but it's definitely interesting. Did the hold on a second. Where did it go?
Well, I went to click on it and it was like, it's gone. I'm like, what? Where did it just go?
It disappeared. That's probably why it's not supposed to be there. Hold on a second here. Did you get the link? Really? Here, try the link again.
I'll jump down.
Oh, no, I can hold. Well, go ahead and try, but it shouldn't be that. I should be able to hold 10 people. Go ahead and try it again, Salty. If that's the case, me and StreamYards are going to have a boxing match. Tired of dealing with their shit. I pay for the mid-range deal, and it gives me 10 people on panel. Can you do it now, Salt? $117.24. What are you talking about, Sarge?
He said something about the withdrawals and that, but I don't see it. I'm not seeing that verbiage, right?
It's in that document. I'm trying to pull that back up right now, but
I'm not seeing it because it just says order to seal, right?
Yeah, I read
all
both of those, didn't I? Or did I not hit?
Yeah, you did.
I thought so. I didn't see it in there either. Now I can't pull that back up. There she is. So it worked. That's crazy. Can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am. So me and StreamYards are going to be boxing here soon.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, but I got a weird echo. No, it was on my end. Apparently I had the issue.
Okay.
I'm at the car rider line at school, so I only got a minute, but apparently what happened yesterday, somebody was sharing a screenshot that claimed that Ann was withdrawing, but it was really Chad Daybell's attorneys trying to withdraw, and it did go into the wrong case file. I knew it was happening, but I didn't put anything out there on it. What's the point? There's enough muddy waters in this case.
Yeah.
So I just sat there and waited, but it never showed up in Kohberger's case file. So most of us believe that it was put into the wrong file and taken right back out. Some were quick enough to grab a screenshot before it was pulled. So that's all it is. I don't think Ann's withdrawing.
I couldn't imagine, but okay. I was shocked to see that. I seen somebody did a live about it, I think, talking about it or had their
I've
title.
got the screenshot. I mean, it's not there.
Gotcha.
Thank God I wasn't losing my mind.
I mean, I know that mistakes can happen. It is what it is. Like I said, I've seen that happen before. And and I'm looking right now to see.
It's happened before.
Oh,
It has happened before in Idaho because of the way they, do it.
Yep, I have seen it happen. Idaho had a lot of problems with their documents to begin with, and there was documents taken down, put back in. Amended notice of hearing. Oh, here it is right here, folks. Same thing. Look. And it's in the Daybell case. Look, right here. State's objection to motion to withdraw cash counsel. On the 17th, same day. And it's in the Daybell case. So, yeah, that makes sense. Interesting for them. But anyway, there it is. And that explains it all. Okay. So, but thank you for noticing that either way, Tomboy, because if that, we got to notice these things to notice what the hell's going on. But that would have been interesting, though, for sure. I guarantee you that would have been a whole hell of a lot of hubaloo going around. Jesus, Daybell has just as much stuff as the Kohberger thing does. Yeah, there's just the 2 documents in here. Absolutely. So now moving forward, excuse me, guys. So again, where were we when that got brought up? I got lost completely. You guys remember?
Dago, I'm gonna need to get you a notepad.
I have one, but I wasn't expecting that to come out of left field. It shocked me out of everything, and my brain is scrambled eggs. So I guess the judge denied Daybell's attorney request to be removed, by the way. Oh, okay. Thank you, Salty. That I didn't know. I don't follow that case because I have enough going on. So I know about it. I just don't follow it. So what do you guys think is going to happen with this? Obviously, probably not a lot because we don't know yet what it is, but...
My bad.
I'm sitting here talking and she's got me muted. I'll be damned. One thing along with the motion to unseal, right, are the 2 things that got filed yesterday, which I find interesting because you're asking the court to unseal your motion to reconsider, but you're asking them to seal your reply to the state's objection. So you're not wanting to be completely transparent. You just want to show what was in your motion and what was in the state's reply.
Doesn't that have to do with the grand jury?
What? Say that again?
Doesn't that have to do with the grand jury?
Which part?
In that original motion.
Well, and that's what I thought was there was some grand jury, some portions of it related to the grand jury, but based on what she's saying with the motion to unseal, then it can't be, right? But what's funny is if you look at this motion to seal defendant's reply to state's objection, it's like, okay, all you really want is for the world to be able to look at your motion to reconsider and why the state objected to that, which is crazy. If you want transparency, why not have complete transparency?
Well, I think she knows she can't unseal anything that has to do with the grand jury.
Right.
Yeah, if it states
You know what I mean? But the motion to reconsider, like that's her motion. And they may have written it to where nothing about the grand jury will be exposed.
Yeah.
Just that the prosecution messed up. There wasn't enough, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
There you go. Who selects the grand jury? That process is it the judge?
That's a good question. I was under the assumption that like one of the clerks helped with that type of scenario.
Yeah, that would be Julie Fry, Chief Fry's wife.
I thought it went out in.
Is that really how that goes, though?
Absolutely. You guys haven't seen like when they send out that little questionnaire or whatever.
Yeah.
Her name is on it. Absolutely.
Okay.
She's the one actually responsible. Sorry.
Sorry. I did see something about that. Salty just said most states have a sitting grand jury, but okay.
Well, if Idaho has a sitting grand jury, everybody's, I mean, whoever goes before that grand jury in Latah County is going to be screwed. Because they're all.
And then Firefly said that the attorneys pick the jurors, though. Okay. Is that the same for a grand jury? Like,
no.
You like a secret grand jury? Would it be the same thing?
Yeah, they've got some kind of like, what is it, like a lottery or something they do?
Oh. Yes.
Or a list or whatever of people they have. But my whole hang up with that is Julie Fry is literally involved in every step of that. Like, that's crazy.
Well, I know she works in the clerk's office and all that kind of stuff. I knew that, but it is definitely a conflict of interest in some opinion. You know what I mean? I agree with that.
Oh yeah.
Nothing half-assed says grand jury here in my county in Ohio is used all the time. It's random generated. See, that's what I thought too, where I'm at. Nothing. I'm in Ohio too, but my mother works, volunteers for the Board of Elections, and she has talked about some stuff like that with me too. And I wondered that myself, if it's the same in every state. State's attorney. I see. That's what I would think, is that like the DA for the state or the state's attorney, whatever you want to say, would be in charge of that kind of stuff. But Clue's right. I saw documents that had Julie's name on it. So I don't know, guys. That's a good thing that would be interesting to find out for sure. And then backing up to what Cletus said, I agree with you, dude. Like, it's like, I don't think you should be able to pick and choose. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. And
like I said earlier, like, okay, I want them to see lines 13, 12, and 1, but everything else I don't want them to see. Like, I don't think that's right. If you're going to unseal it all. If you're going to seal it. That's it. Leave it alone. That's my thought on that. But I don't know.
I think the judge is going to grant it, right? But I think that's why there's these additional motions in here, because they're all, having conversations going, well, how do we get this done? Because I don't see any reason why he wouldn't grant it. Especially now that they're filing these things that are, sort of fine tuning the motion, if you will, in my opinion. So I think ultimately what it'll boil down to is we'll have a public hearing that morning and that afternoon. And I think that's what we'll see is an amended hearing or whatever, to where the first one and the second one are both public.
And I think, oh shit, I'm not going to tell you what just happened again. Damn it. Is this the answer to that? Thank you, Riddler. He's always good for this. You and Eddie, I swear to God, you guys should work together. The selection of the grand jury must take place in a closed section with only a district judge, the prosecuting attorneys, the prospective jurors, the reporter or recorder, a clerk of the court. Okay, there's that. And any required interpreter present. Impaneling a grand jury, a district judge must impanel a grand jury of 16 jurors. Okay. So we're going to say
hold on. What does that say? Administer or direct the clerk to administer an oath or affirmation
to all prospective jurors. So the clerk has to give the oath to the juror.
And go down. She does something else.
Select or direct the clerk to select at random the names of 16 prospective jurors. Inquire of the prospective grand juries to determine whether they're qualified or act as jurors, and whether they are in fact any facts which would constitute grounds for challenge against any of them. If the court finds any prospective juror to be unqualified or subject to challenge as provided by the Uniform Jury Selection and Service Act, Chapter 2 of Title 2. Okay, so she's in charge of all that. Whoever the clerk would be, which again, I think a lot of you guys saw back months and months and months ago that Julie Fry is in that scenario there. So it's things are questionable in some senses, folks. I agree. What is all the prosecution from the beginning? Do you mean gag? Because that's still not clear, and they are both paid by state. That's true. I don't think this has anything to do with the gag, though. Does it?
What flavor?
Say that again.
That was sorry, that was Cletus asking me what flavor I wanted in my water.
Oh, gotcha.
I mean, so that's one thing I was going to say earlier when people were like saying they didn't think anything would be different if the gag order was lifted. I personally disagree. I think we would see a lot more, but it wouldn't be on the prosecution side. I think the lot more we would see would be on the defense.
Okay, gotcha. That makes sense. Well, I don't know. What do you guys think about that? Riddler, Tomboy?
I think she has there's a reason why she's doing what she's doing. She's not dumb.
No, I don't think she is at all. Oh, okay, Pickle, I got you. Maybe that's part of the emails about the gag order too. Possibly, I agree. I was really shocked to see this, guys. That's why I did this show today, because I figured everybody would be all over this, and like, what's this, what's that, what's this, what's that, why. So that's why we're doing this, and I always give you guys options to talk about it. So, at this point, personally, I feel like, yeah, I agree that I feel that there would be a reason. Okay, she's not just going to throw this out there for whatever. I feel like there has to be a reason. She's an attorney. She's got a strategy. She has a process. There's something in here that it may not make sense at this point, but it will make sense at another point. That's my theory on it. I might be wrong. I may be completely wrong, and I'm okay with that. It's not the end of the world for me. I'm just saying it had me a little perplexed, for lack of better terms. But yeah, definitely perplexed, I should say.
So is Julie Fry the clerk of the court?
Oh, yeah. Say that again. She's I can't remember her exact position, but she is definitely in the clerk of courts.
Because I'm reading where she ran for the office of clerk of the court. She was Republican and she ran against a Democrat.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she's in there. I've seen her name on a lot of stuff.
Oh, yeah.
So that's not a conflict of interest.
It is in my book.
Well, sure it is.
I agree.
She should have to recuse herself.
Well, and here's the way it's been brought to me from other people that don't have issues with it, that she's the police chief's wife. And I'm not saying I agree or disagree. I'm just giving you what other people have said to me. She's the police chief's wife. What does that have to do with the case? Easy.
Because you have a ton of judges there that won't mess with the police because they've lied to them so many times.
That's a good point.
So we had a lady here in my hometown. She's well qualified. She wanted to run for state attorney. And higher up judges wouldn't allow her to do it because her husband was a judge here.
Mm-hmm.
And I look at it the same way there, because the clerk of the court, their job is to gather up the jury. And the police chief's job is to have you prosecuted. And he takes it to the state attorney, well, in their case, district attorney.
Mm-hmm.
So I've always wanted to know, how is a jury selected? I mean, I know it goes to a computer, but are there things they've got in that computer? Have they programmed it ahead of time so that when they send out a mailing for everybody to show up, 50% male, 50% female, 65% this, 35% that, and then it goes out? Does
Right.
it go out? Does it go out also like 60% Republican, 40% Democrat, vice versa? How's that thing geared? Because when you show up in there, you see all demographics in there from the jury pool. Like I was on, there was like over 100, and they narrowed it down to like 14, or actually 15. There was 12 of us, and then 3 alternates.
So, but they said in here that they picked 16 jurors and an off number. I thought it was 12 or 20 something. I thought, but okay.
See, if you're the police or the state attorney, you want that grand jury.
Yeah,
It's all in your favor.
right. No, I agree.
It's your case to lose.
Absolutely. And like I said, here in Ohio, it's based on registered voters, and they pick it. I think they pick them per case too. I do believe.
Here they pick you by driver's license.
It's based on how, if you're registered to vote and all that other fun stuff here. So it goes through the Board of Elections. Like I said, my mom volunteers there since she retired, and that's how I found that out. But small towns are different than bigger cities and stuff like that. I agree with that too. Although it doesn't seem like anybody's got too much to say about this and what they think about this. Everybody's kind of going one direction or the other, and it's pretty simple. I personally feel, like I said, just to reiterate my thoughts on this at this point, I feel like there's a reason she did it. I don't see, other than, in my opinion, and it's a big deal, a lot of people had issues with it, other than what she did with the alibi thing. I just think that, but maybe she couldn't because there was nothing else. And I'll agree with that. That's where she failed, in my opinion, in a lot of ways. But if there's nothing for her to go with, what are you going to do? I get it, but at the same time, there's a reason she's doing this. Everything else she's done, it has been for good reason, or for whatever reason that they're doing it is, she knows what she's doing in that sense.
She's got a tough task in front of her because her office isn't there in Moscow.
No, it's in Kootenai County.
She's got I was going to say it's Kootenai County, but she's got
Kootenai.
I say Kootenai, but whatever. You're probably right. I don't ever know how to pronounce these words. I don't know. A lot of people say that Bryan is running his defense, and that she's just a standing. She's been put in play, and that he's running it. I don't think so.
I don't either.
I don't think Bryan. I mean, I know Bryan knows law and he knows this and that, but I don't think he knows law like that. He may know the forensic side of things and the criminal side of things, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
You don't know. They don't teach the criminal defense or prosecutorial stuff in those classes. They teach this. You know what I mean?
Now she could be giving him advice on what to focus on and not focus on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I truly feel that her and Logston are doing their job in that sense. I feel like they're doing that. Bryan has nothing to do with that, in my opinion. That's just my opinion, though. I'm not saying anybody that's saying it's wrong. Ashley did say, though, what is this here? Do I need to pull this up?
If you want to.
Okay. What do we have? Go ahead and push play and blow it up or whatever you want to do.
As a Latah County resident, Julie Fry took a look at what she would like to change and turn that into action.
Instead of always sitting back and being the person to complain about the way things are done, what I wanted to do is I wanted to step into the arena.
In speaking with Latah County residents while on the campaign trail, Julie Fry says residents have voiced 3 main concerns.
good customer service. They're looking for transparency in elections and government finances, which was perfect because that is exactly what I wanted as a citizen of Latah County.
There are two programs that Fry would like to bring into the fold at the Latah County Clerk's Office. The first would make county finances more visible to residents.
Accounting platform called OpenGov. So the state of Idaho uses it and the city of Lewiston. And what it does is it just takes all your transactions, all the accounting you're doing, and it just lays it out like an open book. And it's right on your website.
The second involves the county budget. She would like to present it in a way that anyone can access and understand.
I'd also like to bring about a more simplified, expedited budgeting process. The citizens of Latah County need more time, so they need that budget available to them, and they need to understand it in layman's terms.
She says her leadership style and what she has in mind for the county are some of the things that make her the best option for this position.
I'm an inspirational service type leader, and I have a vision for Latah County of where I want to take Latah County.
So she's a county clerk. She's not the clerk of the court.
She's more than that, though, because
Latah County Clerk.
she's also auditor, clerk, and recorder. That's a little bit everything, folks.
Okay, I got confused because she's not the clerk of the court, though.
No.
Yeah, that would be a conflict of interest if she was.
Well, that's what's weird because she
sign
definitely
paperwork?
she signs paperwork all the time in this case.
She does.
All the time.
I agree. Like I said, it's small town, though. Remember that. Small towns, they kind of have a tendency to throw people into different positions together and do this and do that to kind of combine things and make it easier. But, you know, I get it. I do. Let's see. Just stay silent, seal everything, keep delaying, keep him in jail to present the guilty look to public. Why? It's a good point. Good question, too. Where's it at? See, small town, economy through college, big, powerful people, lots of interest. Another good point. Thank you. Did you see yesterday, right after the Superior Court ruling in favor of Allen, the prosecution brought additional murder? It was right before, actually. It's like half hour before. Yes, I did see that.
Yeah, 30.
I talked about it yesterday during my thing, too. That's true, too, Summer. You don't want to get arrested in small towns.
Oh, I can attest to that, especially in Moscow.
Yeah, I live in a small town, and it's not a joke out here. So I'm just curious, as everybody else is, as to what we're going to see. Listen, guys, we may be let down. It may be absolutely nothing, okay? Because, again, he's picking and choosing what he wants out there and what he doesn't want out there. Or she or they are. Whoever's saying that they, you know, and the things that are going to be put out may be of no substance whatsoever, okay? It may not change anything at all. Or we could look at it on the other side. It could be something huge. I doubt it. I really do. But I don't know. I just don't know. Don't know. I was surprised. I thought I'd hear a lot more about this, you guys. Yeah, that's true too. That's true. We definitely do want and need transparency in this. Good. Welcome. Good to see you, Leslie. Thank you for joining us. What are you guys? Do you guys think it's going to be a big deal? Do you think it's going to be just a bunch of nothing?
I think it depends, right? I feel like the first court case, of course, that we don't get to see is probably going to have some juicy bits in it, right?
Of course. I agree.
But I'm not too sure what they're going to show us, if you will. Unless it's just thrown out. Unless he does dismiss the indictment, then it's going to be like, whoa, okay, now it's a whole new ball game.
If that happens, Moscow is going to blow up. Just telling you that.
I wonder if we'll get to see the jury selection.
I doubt that. Hold on. Keep going, guys. I'm sorry.
Say that again, Riddler.
I said, I wonder if we'll get to see the jury selection when the two attorneys decide to pick from the pool of people selected for jury duty
Well, you should be able to.
who the jurors are going to
Maybe
be.
screened.
I mean, you don't have to see their. Well, I guess you won't see their face, but
Is that normally something they make public, or?
I've seen it in some trials. Yeah, I've seen it in some. Well, here in Florida, they'll show it.
Really?
They don't have a problem putting anything on TV in Florida. I mean, that's where the first one was started with. Was Ted Bundy. His trial was televised.
Then that crazy lady down there, Eileen Warnos.
Oh yeah.
Idaho is so close-lipped. Well, with this one, yeah, I agree. They are. Depends on the case. I don't know.
I tell you what, the way the laws are written in Idaho, the prosecutor had to write them.
You think?
Well, I mean, every time the defense tries to do something, they get shut down.
Yeah.
That would never happen here. Either side can come and interview witnesses. You get a letter in the mail says show up at the state attorney's office or show up at the public defender's office. Now we're a big city here. I mean, our public defender's office is like 3 or 4 stories tall. It's a big building. The state attorney's building is even bigger.
Right. I'm looking for something that is not there. Sorry.
You know, the original in the U.S. Constitution, the reason you have a grand jury, a federal grand jury, was supposed to keep an overzealous prosecutor from trampling on the rights of the citizens. That's what it was designed for. But boy, howdy, they have turned it around.
Yeah, that's facts. That is facts. Jennifer Hansen, you can't accuse the defense of picking and choosing when that's what the prosecution has been doing this entire time. They picked, yeah, but I mean, honestly, Jennifer, they are. They're saying at one hand that they want this sealed, but on the other side, they want this unsealed. I mean, it's kind of the same. They're picking and choosing what they want us to see and what they don't want us to see. I just feel like either seal it and leave it, or unseal it and leave it. Period. Either way. What the heck was that?
My watch.
Sounds like a dance recital. Go back and listen to the motion. Every big case in Idaho was hush hush, so weird. Eddie says the one problem I have with my own theory is how can he deny it if the defense is in their legal right to have it unsealed? It's a puzzling thought. That's what my question was. Okay, if I just don't well, here's the thing too. Talking about judge, okay? I almost feel like if the judge doesn't unseal this, it's going to cause a whole big other bullshit problem. And
Agreed.
It's going to be made to look in a bad way, okay?
Right.
So he's almost forced to unseal it. Because if you don't, then all hell's going to break loose in some senses. But that, in my opinion, is wrong, though. It shouldn't be that way. You know what I'm saying? But I mean, it's going to happen. Go ahead.
To be fair, he kind of almost already does look kind of a little negative, in my opinion, because
I know
if it wasn't supposed to be filed or under seal, then why was it? You know what I mean? Even if your attorneys want it done, is that illegal?
That's a good question and a good point. Let me ask you guys something. And this is for everybody too, by the way. You guys are all able to, answer through the chat too. I'm trying to follow it. The reasons why we saw that a lot of this stuff got sealed. Okay, remember that. The reasoning was to protect What was the reasoning, folks?
It was witnesses or something. Witnesses,
Law enforcement.
law
Yeah.
enforcement procedures, some kind of crap like that.
And protecting all these people, protecting from death or injury or whatever the hell, however they worded it. I know I'm off with that, but all sorts of stuff. Okay. Now all of a sudden, it's okay to unseal this stuff. We're not protecting these people anymore. That's what I'm lost on. That's what I'm kind of like, wait, was that bullshit to begin with? Or was that, was it just an excuse?
Well, I think it just pertains to what's contained in this particular motion, right? I don't think they're asking for everything to be unsealed other than just what's in that motion. And I mean, there have been other motions that they've filed. Like, look at that one Jay Logston did that's, however many pages long that have all the little golden nuggets in there. And it wasn't sealed. And that's what I'm kind of expecting. If there is a bombshell from this, it's going to be something to that effect.
Right.
Yeah, but they've never asked for anything
to be unsealed.
Right.
Yeah.
So the timing to me is a little important. You know what I mean?
And I think the timing has to do with the fact that there's a hearing coming up next Friday, and they know this is their last shot at getting this grand jury indictment, dismissed. It's their last shot before they actually have to start fighting evidentiary things, right?
Yeah.
Well, and I think somebody stated earlier, if there's something on it that paints Bryan in a favorable light versus what he's been painted the last 14 months or something, then you would want that to come out.
Yeah, I mean, it's a way of getting it done without a preliminary hearing, right? It's doing the best you can without having one. So, I think it was a smart play. I'm just not convinced that it wasn't a dirty move by playing the victim of the prosecution strong-arming you into or influencing you into filing this under seal in the first place.
Right.
Chief thinks the book has something to do with it.
Yeah, that's another thing. I don't know if you guys knew about this, but Scott Green put out a book. And from my understanding, an entire chapter in the book is about this.
It is.
So I haven't seen it. I haven't even actually wanted to see it because I'm just worried I'm going to get enthralled with that. But I just don't know, folks.
Well, there's some golden nuggets in that book, too.
Really?
Yeah, as far as the timing. So, like, was it the...
Did you see the book?
No, I watched a video on it. But one of the guys responsible for something, was it who?
Oh,
they were like, but they were talking about they got the text like right before 12 o'clock.
Yeah.
And it's like, how do y'all get the text right before 12 o'clock? And the cops wouldn't have even been there yet.
Right. That was the most interesting part I heard was that I cannot remember that guy's name. He's one of the...
He's not a cop.
I think he's like the dean of students.
Maybe. And then the other interesting thing was the whole chapter called The Grim Reaper.
Really?
Yeah, and because the students had like staged this whole like protest when Scott Green wanted them to start going back to school. And they like were pretending to be dead, laying in the streets and on his yard and everything. So one of them would dress, like they'd have a group of students and one of them would be dressed like the Grim Reaper.
So but why is law enforcement releasing everything to the university?
That's crazy. That's crazy. Damn it, guys. I don't want to read this damn book.
It kind of just showed you the link they would go to for, in my opinion, what I got from it was the major links they go to for damage control. because they had like what do you say? We're going to set up a table and a crisis center and all this stuff. And it came across as there was somebody pointed out it came across as a homicide, just a homicide, not a quadruple
Not what it was.
homicide.
Yeah. Okay. Where'd you see all this at?
What is that? Read the
book Clue?
No, I didn't read that. For real? If I'm not sitting at this computer, I'm watching television. I'm not about to do no reading, okay? Unless it's like a court document.
Plunder read the book then, okay, which I'm not surprised at that. Does anybody know how large the chapter is in the book? Like how much of it is in there? Is it like the whole scenario or?
Did someone say plunder?
Yeah.
That's who.
I'm not surprised by that at all.
Yeah, go with it. It was.
I'll have to check it out.
The part to me that
I'm not.
There was another part of it that was interesting to me was the whole explanation she gave about, and I don't know. I think she was reading this in a interview, or it may have been a part of the book, but they were talking about the entire book was written. Prior to this crime happening.
Yep.
And then they had all kinds of discussions and debate over whether to release it or to put this entire event in it. And I'm sitting there thinking,
money.
No, you didn't.
Yep.
You didn't have all this debate about that. You added an entire chapter to the book to cover what happened in 2022. Like that, come on, that's just crazy.
No, like that was really weird to me because it's like the whole book is supposed to be, it's a premise on how, like when he got to Idaho, Moscow, they were losing so much money. Like they had enough money to sustain them for what, like 20 months or something, which is not enough, right? So it's basically talking about how he turned around the finances, right? And I guess at the end, they decided to put in the chapter about them, what was entailed in him overcoming a crisis at the school. But what makes me angry is there was just one the same year. You didn't mention nothing about Hudson Lindau in that book.
Yeah. Or Hannah Clear or anything like that.
And that's what I was going to actually question that. Like, did he bring up any of the other shit that happened?
Well, and not that we know of, right? We hadn't read it, but we're basing this off of that one Plunder's video about it. So
whether you guys realize it or not, I know that they do up here, but there's been a lot of stuff that's happened over there, folks. Like, Hudson Lindau, Hannah Cleary. There's more. Those two names, because they said them, are stuck in my head now.
Ethan, what's his face? He's a young guy that got killed in a car wreck. Now he wasn't at school, but still. Like they lose a lot. And that lady even said that too, talking about the Memorial Garden. She was like, unfortunately, we do lose quite a few students every year.
Yeah.
Do you know how many sexual assaults are swept under the rug?
Oh, a ton.
Oh, yeah, there's a lot. I mean, but here's the thing. Before we go, I'm not downing what you're saying, Tomboy, but that's a college-based thing. It's not just Idaho. There's a lot that goes on in a college.
Yeah.
I looked up stats on that, and it's insane. Like, it scared me.
Yeah, but it's different with Idaho, Dago. I did a whole show on this where they had not a star, but he was a pretty good football player. And he got accused of doing that at a club in Idaho. And they literally were like, it's okay.
Well, that ain't cool. Especially if he's like, I mean, I've heard of stories where, the star football player, we got to protect him. So no matter what he does, he's going to be safe here. I get that. I've seen that happen.
Well, that's the thing. He wasn't even that good. Like, he really wasn't that good of a player. Like, he was not good. But, oh, no, it was two. I'm sorry. He had two women that said that about him. And the university, it took them like 5 years to settle about this in court. And the lady was like, I forget who she went to first, but she's like, I never even got an apology.
Yeah.
Like, I'm sorry, we didn't actually do anything about what you were telling us.
Mm-hmm.
You'll be fine, kind of is how they treated it. And it was just crazy.
Absolutely. Come on, Willie. I know you want to. I see you over there. It's in the chat. Who's beating up their keyboard?
Me.
I was gonna say that's Tomboy.
Sound like you was beating it up.
I already got one hand, and on that hand, I only got 4 fingers.
Oh, well, okay. I'm sorry.
I tried to slice my finger off.
Oh, don't do that. There he is. I knew he was coming.
Well, don't you know me so well, huh?
Cover your eyes, ladies.
What's up, everybody?
Oh my God.
Oh my Jesus.
What's up, Will?
What's up, buddy? What's up, y'all?
Hi, pretty boy.
Hello.
If you don't mind, I'll just call you Will.
Oh, Summer just said that player was kicked out of school for that charge. Was it
Yeah,
before?
yeah.
Or made a big deal about it?
Eventually, yeah, he was.
Exactly.
He eventually was kicked out. But so here's, all right, let me break it down.
Break it down for me.
She went to all of the administrative people that she should have gone to. She went to his coach, blah, blah, and it was just like whatever. Well, eventually the cops got involved. The detective went, made a report, got everything done. And the point was, it was the sports, the coach that was trying to sweep it all up underneath the rug.
The athletic director.
Yeah, that makes sense because he doesn't
They
want
suck anyway. That's crazy. They would pick they're not even a good school for football for them to. That's crazy.
I knew of anybody that you would call that for sure. I get it. Yeah, and I can see that. You know, the coach wants to save his player, blah blah blah. So on and so forth. I mean, it's not cool. It's not. I literally went and looked at like statistics for crimes that are done on college campuses, what the outcome is, blah blah blah. I mean, guys, and I'm not saying, hey, Mrs. Krampus, I'm not saying or drawing attention away from Idaho because Idaho is bad. It's high. It's way up there. Ohio State is bad. They're bigger. Michigan State. Even I looked up Alabama because that's Alabama. It's bad at Alabama, Auburn, all these places, folks. It's just a thing. It's bad. Idaho is up there, though. I agree. It's way up there, and there's other things that they're up there for too. And
I think Idaho it's because the University of Idaho, there's no big cities around for them to go do
they're all
it's
all small towns surrounded. I agree. And everything goes down in that sense, but still at the same time, you know,
it's everywhere.
One of the other big things too, because Molly has kept up to date, like on the police logging and stuff like that throughout there. You know, 90% of the crime that happens, whether it's college or not, is not reported, non-reported. Okay, they don't take reports on anything. They just deal with the situation, walk away, and okay, we're good. I think that's a problem too. You know, it's all of this stuff should be reported, in my opinion, regardless of
code of silence.
Yeah.
And I don't know who has it. I don't know if it's the sports or that's the fraternities, but one of them got a code of silence.
I think the whole damn. Oh, excuse me. I think
the college does.
Right.
Oh,
I think the whole
you just said damn.
I've heard that. Yeah, more than one person has come out with that, and I'm not saying that. I'm not downing Idaho, folks, by any means. Don't get me wrong. There's
quick
things
question,
that
Flu. I have a quick question for you, real quick. Where? Because I wanted to watch because I fell asleep last night. And I want to watch the rest of your live on the whole KR thing. Did you take it down or something?
No, I didn't. YouTube did. It said I went against their guidelines.
For what?
Every time I put a video out, y'all, ever since I outed that freaking
Oh,
frog
boy.
wannabe, my videos are getting attacked, and I don't get put in. Like, I get a third of the views I used to.
Wow.
Really?
Yes. So I think they go in there and they just like report everything. Which, you know what? I hope you're listening right now. Tit for tat, bitch. I got all the time in the world, and you about to get it back tenfold.
Oh, Jesus. I didn't mean to start anything. I was just I was just wondering where, like, what happened though, because
I don't know why these people don't leave things alone. Nobody's going, saying anything, bothering these people, and still, it's insane.
Yeah, I think it was a good live. That's why I was like, what the hell happened? I thought maybe something got out of hand, like on panel or something like that. That's why I was asking.
No,
I didn't even get to watch the whole thing. I was gonna go back and watch it. That sucks.
I'm
Damn,
gonna
that's
appeal
stupid.
it, but it gives me a
Yeah.
strike. You know what I mean?
Go ahead and do that because I did and it helped. So
Well, I think it might have been the photos, but what's weird is I can tell it was reported because it has a specific timestamp with it.
Oh,
yeah,
geez.
that's reporting, right? Exactly.
It's so childish.
I don't get it. I go on this one channel and I watch about the Gainesville, and they're showing the crime
Yeah.
scene.
You have to put up there that it's for educational purposes, and they leave it alone. Okay. If it's not for educational purposes, then you got to deal with it. That's the problem I found out. So,
well, this is one of the major networks running it, and they're interviewing the state attorney and all these other people, and they're showing the crime scene, and we could never do that here. Could you imagine right now you're showing Maddie and Kaylee's bedroom?
You can't do stuff like that. Nobody should do that anyway. I mean, regardless, unless it's like in a law class or a forensics classroom or something. You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. That's crazy. Leslie Densley Watkins said that, where'd it go? That Scott Green sent her something and offered her a book. Like, really? Oh, I got a message from Scott Green offering me a copy for sale. Since I searched his name out, I got scared. When I get home, I'll send you a copy of the message. Oops, drifting in another lane. Don't drift into lanes, Leslie. Drive straight. That's crazy.
Is that for real?
Well, she said she'll send me a copy of the message. See,
how would they know? How would they? Well, I'm trying to tell you.
If he knows that
You know,
that she searched up his name, well, I'm surprised I didn't get one because I've searched his name 100 times.
Right?
That's crazy.
That's kind of the same scenario with Vargas and the DNA, right? It's like they said they claimed word got back to them from some people that were in the same circuit or whatever, but it's like, are you guys monitoring her electronic communications?
Come on, Bill Thompson sent him.
You know.
Yeah, that's an interesting thought there, guys. It really is. I don't know.
So I'm guessing you guys have been discussing the whole Bryan want everything unsealed. But what I saw this morning, I watched, I don't know if Jules, if it's a live or premiere or whatever she does, those little videos.
They're pre-recorded.
Yeah. Or I think it might have been a community post, but she said that she was like kind of like whiplash from this because I guess Bryan's now asking for something else to be sealed.
We were talking, it's picking and choosing basically.
It's picking and choosing, yeah.
He wants this unsealed, but not this. He wants that unsealed, but not that. So yeah, I mean, it's kind of a merry-go-round of chaos. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So that's is this they're just playing chess right now? That's really all they're.
I'm guessing. I mean, it's got to be a strategy, guys. That's the only thing I can think of because it's the only thing that makes any sense, in my opinion. And I just don't think that's right either. I have to say I disagree with the defense on this. Like, you got to do this, either do it all or don't do it at all. You know what I mean? That's just my opinion.
Well, that's what I was thinking. I was like, damn. I thought he was like, yo, show him, like, unseal everything. I got nothing to hide. But if he wants this sealed, this not, like,
And then Summer just said the judge will not unseal if that's what's going on. And I was wondering that. I'm glad you said that. I was wondering that. Is the judge going to look at this and go, hey, what the hell's going on? We're not playing a game here. This is like real shit, you know? So, you know, it's either this or that. That's what I'm thinking he's going to say, because he seems to be a no-nonsense judge, but we'll see what happens.
Yeah.
What would they not want unsealed? And what would they want unsealed?
That's a good question. That is a good question. Yeah, that's fine, Leslie. I want to see that. I'm interested, actually. Take your time.
Well, I'm sure one of the things he wants unsealed is all this shit with Bethany. Whatever the hell they wanted to, you know, bring up before that they couldn't.
We don't know what they have, so
Yeah.
not all of it, you know, so we can't really call that. But that's a great question. Riddler, what could they possibly not want unsealed? What could they possibly not want us to see?
The defense?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Well, I'm telling you from day one, I think it has just been super weird to me that the only thing they have really put effort and energy into fighting, and I know you start at the beginning, right? But it just seems super strange that the only thing that's really gotten a lot of energy is the IGG.
Thank you.
You know what I mean? Like if I were him and I know I didn't do this, like put some emphasis on something else in case you don't get this thrown out.
Yeah, but my thing is if there's other shit that they can, you know, that is more important than IGG, why are they just focusing on, like you said, one aspect of this? If they have all this other damning evidence that they could be fighting in documents and stuff like that, why are they like? I haven't seen anything. The only thing I've seen her,
because so y'all know
unless they do and it's sealed. I don't know.
I stay 50-50 on the fence. If I knew that he was guilty, but they got to him in an illegal manner, I would be fighting the illegal manner they got to him in.
So maybe there's something in there that maybe that's part of what she wants to have unsealed at this point, is something in there that shows or proves that possibly.
Correct.
I mean, that's a hell of a risk, though.
In turn, there's something in there that he doesn't. They don't want us to see because it's going to make him look guilty.
Correct.
Okay. You know what I mean? So I want to see it all. I'll be honest with you. I want to see both sides of that. I really do. We know that it's questionable about his arrest. That's not you know, we all know that in some senses. But what we haven't seen is anything, at least what I haven't seen, is anything that could be damaging to him more than what is already out there. And I'm really wanting to see something if it's there.
Yeah. Well, that's why I wish that like the same thing that they're doing in Boston, they were doing here and investigating the investigators. Like that would be crazy. Sure. Because I didn't realize how nuts that's going to turn out until this morning when I saw the Court TV documentary and like how they're investigating the prosecution when the prosecution is getting ready for a trial. That's crazy. So if that happens here and they're investigated and everything comes to surface, just imagine, you know, what we would see.
Here's the thing though, is they already filed documents basically claiming, you know, that the prosecution is doing something wrong, but nobody said anything. Nobody's done anything. Nothing's come from that. So it can't be something that serious then, in my opinion, or it would have been handled. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I still can't get around the defense can't talk to the two main witnesses. That's what this whole case is going to be.
Yes.
Yeah, that's.
See, I would want to know.
That's questionable.
Okay, Dylan, the first time you came to open the door, did you come outside of the door, and where were you standing? Draw me a little X right here on this paper.
Mm-hmm.
The second time, what brought you out the second time? Okay, where were you standing there?
Yes.
And then that third one, when she says she saw the guy's bushy eyebrows clad in black, and he's walking towards the back sliding glass door. Okay, now where are you standing? Because how do you know he went that way?
Yeah. Well, more important, why'd you open the door the third time? Because you do not give any reason.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, see, those are kind of. And then I want to do the same thing with Bethany. Did you ever come out of your room? Were you wearing headphones? Were y'all wearing earbuds? Were y'all listening to music when you went to bed that night, and you only heard a muffle of the noise, or did you hear everything clear?
Yeah, but Riddler, for her, and I'm going to say this again, for her to give the description of her saying 5'10" or taller, which if she is as tall as what people are saying, like women that are tall are, I'm not going to say they're self-conscious, but they know if a guy is 5'10" or 6 foot, like they know that shit. You know what I mean? And if unless he was directly in front of her door when you step off of that little step, he would have looked 5-6 inches taller than he actually is, and he's in reality 6'2". So if she's describing him as 5'10" or taller, to me that's like 5'10", 6 foot, not 6'2", 6'8". That's what I'm trying to understand is, did she see him directly in front of her door off of that high step?
Especially,
well, that's the part of it. Where did you see him at, and where were you at? Was he down off the high step and on your level, or is he on the up, or is he up above you?
That's what I mean. The only thing that would make sense is he was directly in front of her. But if that's the case, you can't tell me that he didn't see her then, because like she would have been right in his. And remember, he passed that door. How many? Once going up the steps, twice going down the steps. So that would have been his third time passing the door, if I'm not mistaken. And him being directly in front of it and it being open and an eye looking at you. I mean, if you just took out 4 people, what's a fifth? Especially if it's a witness. And that's,
I personally think by the time he got beside of her in that hallway, it would have been really dark. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Because if you guys ever pay attention to the video where the cops are out there, it's like nighttime at a party. I think they talk to Maddie on the phone, then they go back and talk to Xana.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Do you guys realize when they're shining that flashlight, when they very first pull up, how effing dark it is around that house?
Yeah, it's black out there. 100%. There's not many lights out there. I agree with that.
So if they didn't have a light on in that hallway, like it is dark as crap. I think she saw his eyebrows probably when he came by that good vibe sign. And then when he hits the hallway, it's pitch black. It's dark.
Oh yeah, I agree. That good vibe sign is not. It's not a spotlight. It's just like a nightlight type thing. So it's not going to give you a clear visual.
Yeah, but where that good vibes light is that on the elevated floor?
Yes,
it's in that where that living room area was, and then it's right there on that wall as you come.
So that's what I mean. So that's what I mean. The description she gave of Bryan isn't Bryan. I mean, I just watched. I don't know if you guys, follow Explore With Us. They're a really good crime channel, and they do it's not like they don't go live and stuff like that. They just do like documentaries. And the second to last documentary that they just did was this guy who was stabbed in his home, and the girlfriend, fiance or wife, I forget what she was. She gave them 4 different suspects in 4 different interviews, and they went and investigated every single one of them. And they had a guy in jail for a while during this until they realized that all these guys, it didn't make sense for it to be them. And she wound up to be the one that did it and, was arrested. So, and Riddler bringing up the Gainesville Ripper. I mean, it happens all the time when they arrest somebody, they have somebody, and then, some kind of evidence comes out and it shows it was somebody else. But I don't think, even if they have any kind of evidence showing it was anybody else, that they would even investigate it, in my opinion, right now. I think right now it's Bryan or it's nobody. That's how they're thinking. I
mean, that's the way it's been, period. There's nobody else that they've ever looked at, they've ever talked about, they've never brought into the picture, period. I mean, that I've ever seen. So that's fact.
And like that documentary just goes against everything that we're seeing here as far as still investigating individuals, even though, somebody's in custody, but they're just not doing that. But whatever.
I agree. Well, to me, I don't think they ever looked at anybody else, did they?
Well, I guess they attempted 10%. To look at the other DNAs, and they were like, "Oh, it's a male. We're done. Pack it up."
I mean, they did cigarettes and get DNA from people, allegedly, right?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. Everything is allegedly.
Allegedly,
But
exactly.
I mean, to be fair, it doesn't sound like they even looked at the two people that were in the house
Thank you.
where the dead bodies were. So I mean, I don't know how good their investigations are. In my
Well, that's
opinion.
why somebody had mentioned, and I forget who it was, and and I think it's really crucial. If you look at how her statements are like written in the PCA and stuff like that, it's more of an interview rather than an interrogation. So that tells me that the two individuals that were in his home where 4 people were killed were never interrogated.
No, they
They
were
were-
just interviewed.
Right.
It says interviewed.
Oh my God. Ugh.
I'm telling y'all, like I know people, I know I'm not everybody's favorite. Okay, that's been made abundantly clear to me.
Oh,
Don't
well.
care, but I'm just saying I am aware. And that's to me kind of like the Karen Reed case. If them girls didn't look like that, if they'd have rolled up and that one of them or both of them would have looked like somebody like Sarah Boone, they'd have been at the station under a lamp going, "Where were you last night? What'd you do?"
Hell yeah.
I mean, you know what? That is actually fact. That does happen. It's sad, but it's true.
Well, that's what I've said 50 times, Dago, and everybody gets mad every time I say it. If Dylan and Bethany were men, they would have been suspect number 1 and suspect number 2. If my ass was in that home and I waited 8 hours and I didn't even call 911. Oh, yeah, I forgot to tell you. That documentary that I was telling you about, after she stabbed her husband or her fiance, she called her mother and had a conversation for her mother for 11 minutes. And then her mother is the one that informed her or called 911. Kind of just like this. You know what I mean? So it's everything that would be done if they were both males was not done because they're, everybody classifies them as victims for how long? Everybody said they were victims. Don't talk about the victims. Don't talk about surviving victims. They're witnesses. One of them said they didn't even see nothing or hear anything at all from what we know.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I take cases like, I know this isn't going to be a popular comment, it never is, but I take cases like Bryan Laundrie and Gabby. That girl showed them cops every single sign of, yes, you're walking into the middle of a DV situation. I'm the guilty party. And what did they say? I don't want to put a little 110-pound blonde-haired, blue-eyed girl in jail.
Yeah.
What? Alive right now. I don't care if that's popular or not. I'm right with you on that. They would have saved her life. That was dumb. Dumb.
Right. And they even had an eyewitness saying the same thing. She was the aggressor.
100%. And they put her in jail, separate them. I mean, the only thing I can say in their defense is they maybe didn't see the whole picture for what it was, but damn.
But that's what I mean. Maybe that's why they didn't get the real story right away, because it didn't push. That's why it took them so damn long to get it out of Dylan that she actually saw somebody, and all of a sudden we woke up and they had a witness.
The issue I have with that, though, Willie, is the fact that they are trained to see certain situations, and they had to have known that something was not right on that side of things. Okay, witnesses or not, that she was the aggressor. The way Bryan was acting, you could see it in the videos. He was off. Okay, they should have seen things for what they were, in my opinion. Sorry, go ahead, Clue.
See, I don't get that. I really don't get that he was off. I feel like he was calm. He was collected. But here's the deal. It's also a double standard in society to the same. So we got 20-some seasons of Snapped where there are women that are victims of DV. And what happens? One day they've just had enough. Well, we saw a situation on video where Bryan Laundrie was the victim of DV. Could he have just snapped? And if he did, why isn't the same amount of grace and understanding, so to speak, given to him that it is when a woman does?
Yeah. Well, that's why I say if Sarah Boone never took that video, I swear to God, Sarah Boone would not go to jail.
Oh, right. It makes sense in that side. You are absolutely correct.
But if Sarah Boone was found in a suitcase and a guy put her in there, is a guy going to go to jail? You're damn right he is.
There would have been no question, right?
After they beat the hell out of them.
Yeah, right.
But back to this Idaho thing where Ann wants to talk to the two defendants. She could easily go up to Dylan and say, "Hey, walk me through this. What time did you wake up in the morning?" Okay, 8 or 9 o'clock. Okay, so let's say she says 9 o'clock. Did you go to the bathroom, the restroom, which is sitting right next door?
Yes.
It's where you got two deceased people. Same thing with you, Bethany. Where'd you go that morning? I've got to figure out what happened now between 4:30 and the 911 call.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, why isn't she contacting, if you don't know everybody or most of the people in the house are deceased, why aren't you contacting or yelling to somebody else that's in the house? Why aren't you calling Bethany and saying, "Hey, I think something's not right"? Why aren't you walking upstairs to see what Kaylee and Maddie are doing? Why is the dog so quiet when usually I'm sure the dog is making other noises on a Sunday at that time? You know what I mean? And then walk up and see, what happened, dial 911 or meet up with Bethany at the top step, investigate, see the blood, or because it seems like somebody was in the doorway that you could see what was going on from outside the door. I don't feel like somebody had to pry the door open for them to see this whole scene, because I figured there'd be blood coming underneath the door just from the pictures of the blood seeping down the side of the home, but I could be wrong.
No, I know what you're saying.
It's just
no, Love Tina, they solved that, and he had nothing to do with that.
Because you're married, correct?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Okay,
20...
so tonight, if there's a bump in the night, and you and your wife wake up scared, is she gonna call your neighbor to come over and check out the noise?
Right.
No, she's gonna say, "Hey, honey, can you go check out what that was?" And that's what I mean. Like when you woke up in the morning and you didn't know that a crime occurred last night because you had chilled for 8 hours, and obviously you weren't scared. Why weren't you just contacting the people in your own home, Bethany, who's on the floor below you, or walking around to like Riddler said, take a piss, figure out where the dog is. I mean, all the, do they have a routine that they do every Sunday morning? Do they all go out to brunch? That's a lot of questions that we'll probably never get answered, but
right.
I'd like to know.
Real quick, to back up to the kind of in defense of what you said though, Willie, honestly, nobody really knows if they saw blood or not. You know what I mean? So you can't, you can't prejudge that situation, in my opinion, at least. There's a lot we don't know. The question.
Well, no, I don't. I mean, it's either Xana's in the doorway, and you could have seen she was murdered from across the way, or the door was closed and had to be pushed in by Hunter, from what Steve G told us. So it's either one or the other. But I think both occasions, if you can't get into Xana and Maddie's room, why aren't you just yelling up to or going up to Kaylee and Maddie's room and saying, "Hey, can you help me get in the room? Something's wrong," and then stumbling upon them?
Yeah. They didn't have a reason. There is no reason to not go to the third floor.
So,
there's just so many questions between those hours. Okay, did you go after you went to the bathroom? Did you go to the kitchen and get something to eat? Then you went back to bed. What happened? I need to know everything that's happened up to that 911 call.
Yeah.
Also,
did you smell blood? Did anybody smell blood in the home? Because from what they said, it was a pungent smell when they walked in.
Also, I just want to point out the two very unique similarities between Sarah Boone and Dylan Mortensen. Both of you phoned a friend.
Oh God.
Oh, don't tell me that. Don't tell me that.
That's what I'm saying. The chick from the documentary I just watched, she phoned a friend.
Maybe, a lot of people listen. I will say this much, okay? I know, some people panic in dire situations and don't know the reaction. I mean, most people, you call the police. That's what we're supposed to do. We're trained to do these things. But again, guys, and I know this is one thing I know people get mad at me for, and it's okay. You can be mad at me, I get it. I've seen people's reactions being in EMS and being on scenes of different things. I've seen people react, and I'm standing to the side. I'm not involved, as a loved one or a relative or whatever. I've seen people do things that I'm going, what are you doing? Why are you doing that? That doesn't make sense, because their mind is not where it's supposed to be because of what they're going through. Okay, they'll say things that they wouldn't normally say. They'll do certain things that they normally don't do. And that's why I've had to kind of like double back on some of the things that I've thought and felt about Dylan and or Bethany, because it's like remembering what I've seen like in person. You know, like, how can I explain this? Let me give you an example. Okay, there was I responded to a domestic. I thought police always go into the domestics before us to make sure the scene is clear, right? When we got the call, we were just a squad, a double squad is what it's called. There's one medic on board, 2 EMTs, whatever. That there was a woman that had been beaten up. And it was listed on the call as a domestic. Police were responding, but they were coming from a distance. We were right around the corner at lunch. So, and that's law. They have to respond to that period just to ensure that scene. Plus, it's their thing to take care of it. So, we get there. They were still rolling, okay? And we're sitting there. We can't go into something in that sense unless they're there to clear the scene for us to make sure it's safe. And the 911 operator is coming over our radios going, this woman is in desperate need of help, blah, 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 blah. Where are you guys at? What's going on? The 5 is rolling on the radio. They're going, we're on our way. We're on our way. They got multiple units responding. We're sitting there. We had backup behind us coming just in case because we didn't know what was going on. And at some point, 911 comes back on and says, this woman is losing blood, blah, blah, blah. What are you going to do? 50 says, what do you guys assess the scene as? And I'm going, I don't know. We're outside the building. I can't tell. We can hear yelling. Okay. And I'm like, you guys need to be here. My partner, he goes up the stairs because it's like an upstairs apartment and they're up here. You can hear it through the window upstairs. He goes up halfway up the stairs and he's like, dude, we got to do something. This woman's up here yelling, screaming. And I'm like, do you want to go in there? I don't want to go in there. So according to what we understood is the guy wasn't in the apartment anymore. Okay. And we asked that 5 different times. Is the suspect still here? She's saying no. She's saying no. She's saying no. So I grab a medic bag on my shoulder and the guy that's with me, there's 2 of them. Actually, there was 2 guys with me. One of them, I said, dude, grab that little fire extinguisher that we had in the back of the squad. He was like, for what? I said, just do it. It's one of those little ones that shoots water and it's got the rubber hose that bends and moves. I said, grab it. And then, we'll go see what's going on, assess everything and go for that. We can hear the 5. They're coming. Okay. You can hear them like crazy coming. So I'm like, they're close. We're good. We go up the stairs. My one partner goes first. I'm in the middle and this guy's behind me. The guy with the fire extinguisher is behind me. We go up and I hear, oh, just like that. The dude that was at the top of the stairs got hit. The guy come out of the apartment at him and hit him, knocked him down. And I'm like, shit. Okay. So I back up. The dude comes run up the stairs and he goes, now I know why I needed this. And clocks the dude with the damn fire extinguisher and then sits on him. Literally, it was going to like 3-4 minutes. And here comes the police. They come running up the stairs behind us. That's what I'm saying. Okay. Do you guys get the point in the story? That you can't do. I just completely lost. What the hell did I tell you this story for? Jesus Christ. I'm sorry. There's a point to this. I'm explaining to you like what can happen, what could happen and things like that. But that's why. But yeah, it was a situation that I'd never encountered before. So there's reasons like, what the hell were we talking about, you guys?
Not calling 911.
Don't ask me.
But calling friends.
Oh yeah, calling. Wait, what brought me to this? I can't remember what the hell this is. I'm sorry. Oh,
It's
the
okay.
reaction from people. Okay, yeah. That's right. So, after the fact, that's where this comes into play. Sorry. So the lady, we go in and she's hurt, but she's not like it's not life or death. She's bleeding, blah, 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 so on and so forth. We get her all bandaged up. They're arresting this guy in the hallway. And we're talking to her. We're doing this. We're doing that. We get her up on the couch and she can see through the apartment. And the guy's kind of being an ass. He's resisting a little bit. So they had to kind of be a little rougher with him to hold him down and stuff. She starts crying and she's begging the police. Don't do that. Don't do that. Please don't do that. I love him. Blah, 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 blah. And I looked at her. And I know that this happens a lot in domestic situations, folks. I get it. But I look at her and I look back and I'm like, what the hell are you doing? You know, it's one of those situations where people's reactions due to the situation is not going to be what you expect it to be. So like I said, I know that was a long story to tell for no reason. I'm just trying to give you guys examples of that I could think of off the top of my head of situations like that, where a situational, you know, scenario is going on, and based on what is going on in that situation, anybody else that's involved will have reactions sometimes that we can't expect, okay, that we don't understand, that doesn't make sense to us, which is, like I said, I had to double back with the Dylan Mortensen and Bethany's the Funk scenario as to why did she do this? Why didn't they do that? Why is this like this? And why is that like that? Well, everybody reacts to things in a different way, you guys. I'm not saying that I still don't trust what Dylan did. Something's off with that. I agree. But maybe there's an actual reason that we don't know about. We don't know what Dylan's life was like as a child, okay? It's something that my wife and me were talking about not too long ago, which is what makes me bring this up. Did she grow up in an abusive home? We don't know. Did she grow up, you know, did she have a bad childhood? We don't know. Can certain things trigger things in her to make her react a certain way? We don't know. You know, we don't know anything about her in that way. So that's why I had to kind of go, okay, maybe this is why. I'm not saying that I'm 100% there. I'm saying that there are good reasons sometimes why people do dumb things. You see what I'm saying?
I just, when it comes to Dylan, I have such a hard time because that's a party house, right? It's been stated. We've seen it on body cam footage. Some random guy walking through the house in the middle of the night should not have scared you.
Thank you.
I agree with you. I do.
That's why I said, what scared her? Did she see a knife? Did she see blood?
I think there's more to that. And I've been saying that. I think there's more to her statement that is not there. Whether it's she didn't tell enough or she didn't tell at all. Okay. And I agree, Jennifer. I know it doesn't make sense. I know it doesn't make sense. And a lot of people
it's hard to make this all make sense.
Right. And that's the best way to put it too. Salty said that. I don't trust her, but Ann hasn't given me anything to work with. That's what I'm saying, guys. We don't.
Well, let me ask you this. Do you think it'd be better if they just didn't have Dylan's statement and all that shit in the PCA and just said that she saw somebody without, you know, going into, because remember, they didn't say a word about Bethany. And I'm sure Bethany heard some shit. I mean, you can't tell me she didn't hear nothing or see anything. You know what I mean? But they chose to put what Dylan had said and saw in there, but nothing, not a drop about Bethany other than I think she saw Ethan and Jana somewhere or something like that. So would it have been better to not put her statement in there, do you think?
Oh, 100%. 100%. It would have changed all of this, guys. If they'd have never put Dylan's statement in the PCA, what do you think we'd be talking about right now? Not her.
Different timeline.
100%. It would have never went this way. And it never went this way. I'm telling you guys that.
But what I'm getting at, though, is that's how important she is. She's not just an eyewitness. She is the PCA. She is the timeline. She is everything that they base when this happened, when that happened, when everybody was in their bedrooms, when everybody died, 4/4/25. They're basing it all on what she said and her phone activity, right?
Yes. And Bethany. They used Bethany.
Yeah, but yeah, phone record. Yeah.
But they had to have Dylan. I'm telling y'all, they had to have her statement to match the person that they arrested.
Yeah, but so now if they're saying they had and Bethany's download, does that mean Bethany was using her phone around that time as well?
Well, if you go based off what Steve says, they were talking to each other.
I think they were.
I can agree with that. I mean, that's a pretty bold statement to make if it's not true.
I mean, think about how easy it would be. Dylan sees somebody. What's the first thing you're probably going to do? you might message Bethany and say, because it seemed like they were probably closer than the other girls and them. They're the same age.
They were both new.
Right. So she texts her and said, I just saw this random dude walking through the hallway. Bethany walks to the curtain, looks outside, and she sees something or she doesn't. But it still bothers me that Dylan, your window is literally in the back of the house. If you saw somebody walking towards the glass door, why not look out your window?
You are going to look out your window.
I think she did. I think she did, Clue. I think Bethany did see something, and I think that may be what the exculpatory evidence is.
I'm talking about Dylan. Why would Dylan not look out of her window?
Well, Dylan is in a completely different area in the house than where Bethany was. She's up. I mean, she could still see out on that floor, but I would imagine they would see two different scenarios.
But that's what I mean, Clue, because then we would know where he was parked if she looked out of her window and if you read the PCA, it says now again, I don't know how the hell they would know this, but as soon as he makes that right-hand turn and she closes and locks her door, okay, Bryan's not if Bryan takes 2 steps. No. Okay, so. All right. How can I do this? All right. So he's walking from Dylan, or he's walking from Xana in Ethan's room, and she sees him. Okay. She doesn't see her, and she slowly closes her door and locks it. Right now, from that point, because of where she saw him, the PCA then assumes that he walked out the back door, and the murderer. I think they say the murderer was thought to then leave the scene or something like that. They worded it. But how do they know he didn't do anything else in that home, and he just immediately walked right out the door if nobody saw that? If she just saw a glimpse of him and shut her door, how does anybody know what else he did in that home?
But that's my point.
Or where he went.
If she would have looked out of her window, she saw this guy walking towards the glass door.
Mm-hmm.
If she'd have just looked out of her window in the bedroom, she could have seen him
walk into his car.
Sure he left the house.
Exactly. And then they would have known exactly where he was parked. That's why they don't know where he was parked right now.
If he was even parked there, though, Willie. Remember, I don't think he was. But
that's what I mean. So if he leaves, well, listen, I'm just going by what they're saying. If he walks out the slider door, okay, now Dylan runs to her window, and Bethany's looking at her window because she just heard noises, and either he walked out the back to the through the brush up there, or he walked around the house to the front, and he was parked in the front. That's what I mean. Where was this guy parked, Dago? It had to be in the back, right?
I told you guys, I feel like he could have parked on that other road and walked the stairwell. Bryan, I'm just saying.
Yeah, but you can't. Yeah, but you can't. Yeah, but Dago, you can't put him. I mean, you can't put his car too far away because remember, he still has to hit that camera at 420. So if you give him too far of a distance to walk to his car, 417 and 420 definitely don't make sense then because that's too much distance. I mean, I know he's a jogger, but
been over there in that back area around what the hell is that place called there? The apartment next door to, or on the side road over there behind that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't know.
No, I don't know. You just figure that's one thing that they would know is at least where he parked. And I don't think where they took the tire tread marks or whatever is where.
Honestly, I've thought about that too. They may actually have that. Okay, that might be the thing they're holding on to at this moment. If they have something they're holding, that could be it. And that's what's going to make everybody go, "Oh shit, there it is, bingo." You know what I mean? I don't know. I'm not saying that that's a fact, folks. I'm just saying we don't know, and that's why these questions we keep asking again and again and again, and I do too. I want the answers as well, guys. I drive myself nuts. I'm sure everybody else does too, but I don't think we're going to get any of this, unless something opens up this coming Friday.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it won't. I'm not expecting it. But
I just can't believe that somebody didn't proofread the PCA before it went to
right.
At least make a match.
If I was the judge, I said, "Come here, sir. How long you been a cop? How long do you want to still be a cop?"
I honestly think I think that was inexperience. Truly,
Yeah.
Exactly, because they're
I'd say you have an inconsistency here, you have an inconsistency here.
The lead detective retired, right? He retired in the middle of December. The guy that was Moscow's head detective.
Really?
Yeah, he retired. Yeah, he retired in the middle of December, so they turned it over to this guy. And this guy's been
that's
there.
The thing is, Payne was just kind of thrown into his position, and he didn't have that experience. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. I think it was overwritten. It was written based on inexperience because they've never written on something like this. Okay, and that's my thought as far as that goes. That's why I think it's so holy, I guess you could say.
But you would think, like, if there's one thing to take your time on, it'd be the PCA. And that's why I think maybe it shouldn't have been so damn long, and they could have focused on making 4 or 5 pages make sense rather than 18.
They could have done a whole lot more with a whole lot less, in my opinion.
Yeah.
True.
I mean, what was that PCA you brought up the other night with, I think me and Bryan, I forget who was up here, but you brought up a PCA, and it didn't look like a standard PCA, but it was only like 3 pages long, but it had a lot of pertinent information in it. I forget what case.
It was the Soto case. The Soto, I even stated there, the Soto case, that PCA is perfect. They should all be like that, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
That's the one thing that's weird, I will say, about the PCA in this case, because I get that the interview room or whatever says it's only a statement from Payne. I will say the one thing that's weird about that is there isn't like a top page where in the right corner it says probable cause affidavit.
Right. I mean,
and we do know that they issued the warrant. If I'm not mistaken, Megan Marshall signed it based on the stuff presented to her.
Yeah.
So
I agree. I mean, I just doesn't. Oh, hey, buddy. How are you? Sorry, guys. Good to see you.
As far as I'm concerned, Megan Marshall should have had nothing to do with this. Nothing. She should be a misdemeanor court. She's a magistrate. Magistrates usually do not work in felony cases.
Yeah, that's true.
This is a felony. It should have went straight to the district.
You can take your camera down now, Erica.
Hi.
Sorry.
That's
how do I do that?
I agree. You can shut your camera off.
Yeah.
Is that a Willie?
There you go. You're good.
Hi.
Willie.
What was I going to say? I was saying something and I can't remember what the hell it was now. Okay, so the PCA, yes, it's overwritten in my opinion, and it does have some things in it that I don't care for. But at the same time, like, guys, if you want to see something that I don't know. I'm sorry. I don't know. Sorry. If you want to see something that's actually a bad PCA, I think I showed you guys the Delphi stuff. That's horrible. That's a really bad one. That's badly written. Nothing in that. I mean, it's a joke. It's garbage. That one needs to be used as toilet paper, in my opinion.
But that's where I want to. But that's what I want to get back to what Clue was saying. Okay, Clue. Richard Allen. He's not this model, looking guy. So why is that case, so blown up? If you're saying, oh, it wouldn't be like this if Karen Reed didn't look like that or whatever. Why is Delphi such a blown up case if Richard Allen looks like he does?
But can I tell you? It's one word. Kids.
What's up?
Savannah Soto. If that were 2 dudes gang banging the street, not one word. Not one word. Happens all the time. Every day. It happens 5 times a day. I promise you.
The kids.
Oh, you mean like her being? Yeah. And I agree with you on that. But again, I can understand that though.
Yeah, like I said, every place, every state, and every city, and every department is different. We know that every place is different. You know what I mean? But there's a lot of things that, like, I'll be honest with you. After I got involved in the Delphi case, the issues that I had with Idaho, they kind of, not all of them, but most of them. Bryan comes walking out looking like Mr. America when he comes into court. Okay, I mean, the dude looks good when he comes out. He's clean cut and he's got a nice suit on, this and that. And then we go back to Delphi and the Walking Dead that's being drugged through the courtroom down the hallway.
Exactly.
18 different deputies. What the hell?
That's because you have one guy. It's because you have one guy, getting fed vegan and in a jail with 6 people all day, and then you have another guy who's in prison for Christ's sakes.
And they're pissing in his food, and they're threatening to kill his family if he doesn't do this or do that. I mean, it's insane. It's insane.
So, it is.
I've never seen anything like this in my life. Nothing.
Yeah. And could you feel his words as they were reading him on how bad he wanted him. I feel like the only people he trusts in this whole world right now, other than his family, are his lawyers, and that's why he wanted them so bad. You can that letter he wrote where he was literally pleading to keep his lawyers. I felt bad for him, man, and I'm glad that he was able to keep his defense team, and they can proceed now.
Right, I agree, and I'm that was exciting to me too, because I feel like the guy may survive now, as to where I didn't at all, and hopefully they do this in the 70 days as they're saying they were.
Yeah. Well, I mean, would you want 2 guys, that were helping you to just be called off and then bring somebody that they choose of their choosing in that, when they just literally screwed you over? What the hell? I'd be scared as hell if I was him too. I'd be doing everything I could to get those attorneys back. So again, I'm glad they made the correct decision, and I'm glad that it didn't take them long, because you could tell during that they were like, yeah, why are we even here anyway? Give him his damn attorneys back. That's exactly what they did.
I agree.
It took him 30 minutes, 3 hours? What the hell was it? I forget how long it took him to.
I thought it was going to take at least 48 hours to deliberate any of that stuff, and they were like, bing, bang, boom. Here we go.
Well, why do you think that they are treated differently?
Huh?
Why do you think they are treated differently?
You mean between Richard Allen and Bryan Kohberger?
Yes.
Well,
It could be a variety of reasons.
I think Richard Allen's scenario is because of his scenario, where he's at, who's involved, and what's going on. That's my opinion. Bryan's is just, this is who they have in custody. This is the suspect. This is what it is. And he's being, I feel like that he's being, in some senses, probably protected in there because of the scenario and being watched over. So at that point, that's my thought on that. I think I think personally, I hate to say this, and I don't want to sound conspiracy-like, but I think they're trying to damage Richard Allen before the trial hit.
Hell yeah. Dude, listen, you're not going to tell me that a guy who is, who allegedly murdered 2 little girls is better off in a prison rather than in a jail in some kind of protective room or something like that. There's no way. They kill people in prison for even touching a child, let alone murdering a child. So I think they're either trying to break him or somebody do something to him or something. I mean, that's the only explanation on why they're not treating him as presumed innocent, because he's not.
So, Dago, I have a question for you.
Yes, ma'am.
What is it that, and I'm just curious, when you read a PCA like Bryan's, right? I get 100% kind of in your mind where you go, no, I don't. There's too much here that's missing. Something's not adding up. What is it to the opposite that when you read one like Karen Reed, you're like, something's not adding up? Because I went through that entire PCA last night, and I'm like, I don't see how this chick is not guilty.
I know.
Because you have to see the other shit that the defense had to uncover, and then you'll realize, oh, that's why there's 200 people screaming outside the courtroom while she's not even attending.
Well, that's the thing. You told me to pull up the upgraded charges. I did that, and I still was sitting there saying, no, she guilty.
No. I don't care about I said they upgraded the charges after she didn't take the plea deal. That's not what I wanted you to look up. I wanted you to look up the hearings of her attorneys bringing up the marks on his arm and bringing up what their experts say and stuff of that nature. That's what I like. I want you to see the other side of this, not, just what there's, what one side saying. Once you start looking at, and again, I looked into, because we were talking last night about, just real quick, we were talking about that timestamp. That timestamp from that Google search was at 2:27:40 in the morning. So that's 2 hours, 27 minutes and 40 seconds in the morning, 3.5 hours before John O'Keefe was found.
So you did find that?
Now again, and this is just real quick, if we're going to go with what, the prosecution's trying to say and everybody's trying to say is, oh, she made that search 3 hours after and it's just coming up the wrong time. Perfect. But now why in the Bryan Walsh case, okay, are we supposed to believe that his Google searches are 100% accurate? So why is it one way but not another way over here because it's defense? That's what I don't like. Okay, Google searches are okay here, but not okay over here because this makes somebody else look guilty. But yeah, so that's wanted to bring it up because I know we were talking about that, and I found when he said that search was made, which was at 2:27 in the morning, 3.5 hours before John was even found dead.
If you were the judge in Idaho, what in the PCA sticks out to you to sign it? That he was in that house, he committed these crimes. There's enough probable cause there.
Touch DNA.
Ask me your question again, Clue. I don't know if I went over it too quick or what, but somebody asked. What was that question again, hon?
So when you read a PCA like Bryan Kohberger's, right, you're like, okay, there's, like you say, more holes than Swiss cheese. But when you read one like Karen Reed's PCA,
yeah,
what makes you think maybe she's innocent?
Okay. That's how this spotlight's getting warm, folks. So I don't know. My issue is with the times, the fact that basically the man, John, it's been proven that he was in the house. They have, his watch and his phone and this and that, stating that the man walks 3 sets of stairs, walked this many steps, blah, blah, blah. Where the hell did he do that out in the driveway after getting hit by a car? I mean, that's a big thing for me. I'm not saying that Karen looks completely innocent to me, okay, because she was under the influence of alcohol, obviously. You could see that in the video when she's leaving to go back to get him, supposedly. But what bothers me is the other things that happened after the fact, okay? The dog being given away, the house being sold, the basement being worked on, all of those things are like, why? And then the house being sold off, like, why did you do all that? If there's nothing to hide? And then we have what was looked up computer for
Jennifer McCabe.
Yeah, she's shady to me. I couldn't think of her name. What she goes and looks up, it was, what the hell? Who looks that up if you're not having that situation going on? Okay, I don't go look that up at all or anything like that if I'm not going to be involved in that situation like that. That's pretty much wow.
Gotta be prepared.
Yeah, you call that shady AF.
but
that's normal.
Yeah,
So-
she's real super shady to me. I'm sorry.
But hold on, because that's not what I asked. What I asked was when you read the PCA.
The PCA, there's not a lot in there that makes me think that she's innocent, honestly. So I can't say. I mean, the PCA, it does make her look like she's guilty. I'll say that. Okay, I will say that. And when I first read through it the first time, I'm like, well, wait a minute now. This chick kind of seems like she could have done this. I didn't differentiate my thoughts on that as to what whether she did it or not until I saw everything else that went on in the background. That's a good question, Clue. That's a good way to put that too.
Well,
Yeah,
the reason I ask is because when I read this one for Bryan, immediately I'm like, no, I don't I don't know about that. But the one you read for Karen Reed, when I read that, I'm like, oh yeah, like lock her up.
But
Yeah,
this is a completely different situation. It's quadruple homicide. This is supposedly an accidental her backing into him.
I mean, it's still the same thing. It's murder. You know what I mean?
Given that,
I guess.
But it kind of makes me wonder if the prosecution in Kohberger's case wasn't just 100% like we got to nail him to the floor in this PCA because they have enough to do it in a courtroom. Whereas Karen Reed, they had to do it in the PCA because there's a whole lot of sketchy shit going on behind the scenes.
Yeah. No, that makes.
Well, did you guys get to watch the court TV thing that they just did, like, I don't know, 12, 13 hours ago?
For what?
What?
No, I didn't.
Hi, guys. Hi, Jason.
Okay, yeah, because that. Hello?
And it's on court TV.
Yeah, they. It was just such a coincidence that you were talking about the Karen Reed case last night, and they came out because that hearing was yesterday. And then Court TV brought on, their people that they bring on. But like I said, if you watch that, what's his name? Vinny? Is his name Vinny?
Yeah.
The guy on there?
Yeah.
Vinny says flat out, he's like, I've never seen this ever. He said he's never seen this in his professional career, whatever the hell he did, where they're investigating the prosecution while there's a trial scheduled. So because then the defense is going to be able to use all this during their trial and bring up to the jury, which is crazy. Crazy.
Yeah. It's that's offhand, like big time. Are you talking about this right here, Willie? The federal investigation?
Yeah, the hearing that was yesterday.
Okay, it's this thing here. Yeah, I agree. That's definitely, like I said, you're absolutely right, Cleve. When I read it last week when I started getting into the case, like I was going to start presenting it. I read the PCA and I'm like, because I had already looked at the other stuff. Then I go back and read this and I'm like, well, wait a minute. I mean, yeah, she looks like she could have done this. Okay. Then I go back again and I looked at everything else and I'm like, well, and so I'm like fighting with myself basically in the mirror. Like, she did it. No, she didn't. Yes, she did. No, she did. You know what I mean? It's one of them deals. It's crazy. This thing here that Willie was talking about right here. Yeah, guys, I've never seen or heard of that in my life either. And it's very strange. I have to say that much. Why?
Yeah. Well, like I said, I take everything that Vinny says with a grain of salt anyway. It's just usually he's on the opposite side. So to see him like talking about the defense that they, have a case here was kind of weird.
The thing that gets me is if this prosecutor's being investigated, why is he still on this case? I mean, what's up with that right there, folks?
That's so true. You're right.
That should have then and there. If any prosecutor, any attorney in any case is being investigated, that should recuse them from the case right there.
But I think that's what their next. Because there's, I forget how many letters there are. There are 10 or 15 letters or something like that that the defense brought up during this hearing that nobody has seen, I guess, and that their next hearing is for them to basically release the findings of what they were looking into in the police. I don't know all the terminology, but they want everything like shown.
Wow.
Yeah, and they're doing this wrong. Like, they should have suspended him pending investigation, brought somebody else in, did this, did that. What are they doing? I've never seen anything like this.
Yeah, he sounded pretty silly when he was arguing yesterday. If you actually watched it.
Yeah.
You're saying that they're investigating the prosecutor?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
In her case?
And in the Karen Reed case, Brian.
Oh my God. What is the word for the investigation?
Hold on, guys. Real quick. I've heard of prosecutors being investigated, but they don't stay on it. I agree, CL. That's why I said it doesn't make any sense. And how do we know the prosecutor is being investigated? Investigators don't give that info out. Based on what I heard on here, is that's what it's coming off to be. I mean, I don't know where you got it.
Listen,
from.
Did you if you actually listen to her defense attorney speak, do you think that they want all these letters and all this information, put out because it has nothing to do with the case? Come on. The guy, I mean, they're chomping at the bit.
For?
Huh?
did they like say what he's being investigated for? That's kind of like serious.
Yeah, well, he was on Zoom during this meeting with Karen, but like I said, he sounded pretty determined and he sounded angry as shit. So like they really want these. They found something. That's all I know. From what I can tell in the body language and the verbiage.
It's not like they flat out said what, but they're saying they're giving.
Well, no, it's in. Well, they said what in paperwork, and that's what the next. I guess that's what the hearing is going to be, is about that paperwork or whatever they made. She made copies of yesterday and gave to the. I don't know if it was a state or the defense gave it to the state or vice versa. But yeah, there's the findings are going to be out.
Ain't it amazing how all of a sudden in 6 months our whole legal system falls apart right in front of all of our eyes? Can anyone come up with one case that's working?
Yeah, well, that's where I have a problem, because everybody knows that I didn't know shit about true crime until the Idaho 4 case. So this is like my introduction to true crime was the Idaho 4 case, and now you have Delphi, and now you have Karen Reed, and then I know there's other, obviously other cases that are cut and dry, but I mean, this is my introduction to the criminal justice world, and I'm like, what's going on? Like, is something broken or like what? I don't know.
Hi, Clue.
Hello.
Because I don't know any better. I haven't been doing this like you guys.
Brian, are you in the bathroom?
No, Clue.
No, he sounded like that yesterday.
Yeah.
You sound like you're far away from it or something.
Well, no, but she said I was too loud last night. Is it better now? So I can't figure out what to do.
Well,
I did not.
It's just that you sound like you're far away from it, bud.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, is that what it was last night too, Clue?
Yeah.
Yeah. It sounds like you're yelling at us from your toilet. Like you're yelling at your computer from the toilet.
No, I am not doing the bathroom again, you guys, ever. One time only. But I thought Clue was saying I was too loud.
Mm-mm.
Oh,
Well, come on in a little closer.
Huh.
You sound like you're on the opposite side of the room, bud.
No. Okay, you know what I should probably do? I should probably go check that plug. I thought, Clue, you were saying too loud, so I put the microphone far away now.
Come on in.
Okay.
Come on in.
Can you guys tell me, like, quick? I couldn't focus when you were doing the other thing because I was waiting for the stair lady to come give me a quote. What are they saying in the Idaho 4 thing with the discovery or the papers? Or like, what are they talking about? Do we know?
Not yet.
Okay, so it's not like I missed something concrete.
Oh, no.
No.
We're not going to get any of that till Friday, if we get it.
Okay, because it's like I can't follow. I gotta get ready for this, but then it's like, well, yeah, I am dying to kind of know. But then so are you all still too.
Well, that's what I mean. They have the information. It's just we're not going to find anything out until the next hearing or whatever.
Okay, I just thought I missed it. Okay, I'm not gonna.
But like somebody said, they can't fire the prosecutor. All they can do is arrest the prosecutor. But the prosecutor would, I'm assuming, like resign from the case. Is that how it usually works? If the heat's on, or what?
I'm imagining that they would present him with whatever issue is going on and say, "Hey, we're going to give you a chance to recuse yourself. If not, then we're gonna
gotcha.
blast you to the world." Probably, I'm guessing. You know what I mean? I'm just saying. I don't know, and I don't know exactly what they're investigating wholeheartedly with this. This is strange. I've never seen anything like this, and I don't. It's weird. The whole
You
thing.
said, I mean, I know everybody wants to sit here and wonder what they're investigating, but I know exactly what they're investigating, and I know nobody wants to say it because they don't want to stir shit. But come on, man, come on. I know exactly what they're investigating, for Christ's sake.
Brother, speak your mind. Go for it.
Oh, dude, listen, we just talked about a school trying to cover up what happened to somebody because they had a really good football player, but yet we don't think that like a whole bunch of people who work every day with each other, who serve and protect, where if one of them messes up, nobody's gonna maybe check this off or not check that off. Really? That's what they investigated, and that's what the information we're going to know whenever this hearing comes, and the defense wants everything out. Now, again, if they keep some shit redacted, whatever. But I think that was the main purpose of their investigation, was for this case. Because why, like, them investigating something else? How is that going to help Karen Reed?
Yeah, and Salty said it hasn't been proven yet to be part of her case. So we'll see. Obviously, but you know how this goes. So.
How can you?
It's crazy. It's crazy. All of this
No,
is
well,
crazy.
I'm just going by how, like, the tone and stuff of her defense attorney. That's the only reason I think that there's something that is going to blow some people away from how confident he was talking and stuff. And the judge was like, "Man, I haven't seen these. This is the first time I'm seeing these."
Not bleed. I mean, come on, you guys. A snowplow? Don't you think that would make you bleed? There's no blood there, right?
Well,
I didn't hear what you said, bud.
I didn't either.
You're far away, but
It's not working. Okay, I gotta just take off the extension cord or buy a new computer. Bring it on over. Hook it up. So it really isn't working at all.
nope. I don't know what he asked, but nope.
I can tell you're talking. But
I asked you if you wanted the lottery, Willie.
From Charlie Brown.
Yeah.
And you said no.
Prosecutor appears confident. What do you call it? That's a good question. Good question.
Yeah. Well, I found it also interesting that when Clue was reading the PCA, that it says that there was no snow under him, which means that his body melted all the snow that he was laying on. But then that would take away the theory of her hitting him being in the street or partially in the street, and then getting, thrown by a snowplow, because there would most certainly be snow under him then.
Or no snow melted under him and his ass landed there before it was snowing.
But that's what I mean. And that's where we should go back and look to see, what time did it start snowing that night?
I did see something about that. It was snowing all night, like nonstop the whole night long. Like there was a lot of snow coming.
Really?
down.
We looked last night at the weather and it didn't start until Jesus.
It started late.
Right when they left, or right when they were on the way there.
Yeah, I mean before it happened with him, it was that night, and then it snowed from there on all night long. Is what I mean.
Right, as they were on the way to the house is when it started snowing.
Yeah. That's what I'm sorry if I didn't clarify. That's what I meant. Like from the whole time before he was unalived until the next morning, it was just snowing nonstop. So, which is why he had all the snow on top of him as well.
Yeah. But Brian, get back to what you were saying. I mean, he had to have been bleeding because there's a gash in the back of his head. There's marks all up his arm. So there had to have been. I mean, he had to have bled at some point if there's open wounds.
His clothes were covered in blood.
Yeah.
Huh?
His clothes were covered in blood.
Yeah,
that's what I mean.
So it
yeah.
was a lot of blood there.
His arm was bleeding. His head was bleeding. He was bleeding quite a bit, actually.
Well, that's been my question, Brian. Is if she did this, okay, and her car made all those marks on him, where is the blood on the back of the vehicle, under the vehicle, anywhere on the vehicle? But somebody said that there's something in the taillight that they found, hair or something in the taillight, but I haven't confirmed that.
That's in the paperwork we read yesterday or last night while we were live.
So did they find his DNA in the, like, what they find?
It just says hair, human hair.
Yeah, human hair.
Gotcha. But you figure it'd be human hair and blood, and like he just got struck.
Because I don't think that. Okay, like for instance, unless she was going 50 miles an hour and backed into him and slammed into him, there's not going to be any blood. If she just hit him like at a very low rate of speed or just rolled into him, and the injuries came from the impact of the ground and things like that, there's not going to be any blood on the vehicle in that sense.
But but my thing is how, if it was snowing, how is the ground going to cut his arm like that?
But that's the thing. It wasn't snowing like that when they went to that house. It started either while they were on the way or right after they got there.
Okay.
I just don't know. I don't know what See, those are some of my issues too. You did a great show with that last night. The way you pulled up the dog and the plow truck and the car and all that clue, I really did like that.
Well, I gotta tell you, I do that because if I came into Kohberger case and I just started watching today, I would be convinced that somebody took these 4 kids into a tunnel, beat the living snot out of them, and carried them one by one back to the house.
Oh God, she's right.
And jumped out of the front window onto the stoop in front of Xana's room and climbed down a ladder to leave.
Thank you. That it doesn't make sense. None of that makes sense. I just can't go with any of that.
Or a hoverboard.
Exactly. So that's why I do that. I go back and look at the documents they presented. Because what do we say all the time in this case? We have to go by the PCA. If I go by the PCA with Karen Reed, that little heifer is guilty.
She looks guilty in the PCA. I do agree with you. Like I said, there's nothing in that makes me say, oh, nope, she didn't do it. But anything else that surrounds the case.
What's the difference, Dago? You have, they got to present everything to a grand jury. They haven't, Ann hasn't sat on cable television yet and presented anything to go against what the PCA in Idaho has said. In the Karen Reed case, they have. Mm-hmm. So that's the difference. We wouldn't know shit about, the Google searches and this and all the stuff that defense looked into if we just went by the PCA. You're correct. But the difference is the defense is coming out and giving us this information that we don't have from the PCA, and we're not getting that in the Bryan, in the Idaho trial.
I do agree, but I'm not that far in to Karen Reed. I'm literally just started.
About. Yeah. No. I'm just saying that it's just crazy that the defense is coming on television showing things to contradict, but yet over here in Idaho case we have to sit here and just wait with our thumb up our ass and just go with
That's not entirely true because they do kind of mimic each other. The defense has come out and given us clues about Bryan. 6 grand jurors needed more information. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, but I'm saying like they didn't, they haven't came out and said, oh, he just went and bought milk and eggs and cheese the day after, or he was Googling, how to beat this level in this game that he was playing, or something, something like that. But yet over in the Karen Reed case, they're coming out with freaking everything.
Agreed.
Yeah, it's hard because there's a lot of speculation because we're not allowed to know very much, and we're just like chomping at the bit to find out more information.
Mm-hmm. So
it's frustrating this far along.
Well, they put a gag order on it. We all knew it was going to be frustrating.
I don't know. For some reason, I never really believed that the gag order would work. It really kind of hasn't for the first 6 months. Lately, we're kind of thinking the gag order worked, but that's only because they're kind of running out of stuff to leak.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, we've kind of been doing this a really long time, you guys. I mean,
it's because everything they leak backfires, Bryan.
I know. It's just.
Are we clear? I'm sorry, Bryan. I was wondering if we were clear exactly on who has the gag order and who can speak.
Nah, not really.
I guess not, because the attorney was talking the other day. I heard or emailing or something.
I need to clarify something real quick because I think somebody heard me wrong or something. But when we went backwards a little, I didn't mean to interrupt you, Willie. But when we were talking about Gabby Petito and the Bryan Laundrie scenario, I stated that I thought that I wish that the page would have. Hold on.
I think that's so cute when stuff comes up behind him.
That's why you see me muted. That's why you see me muted a lot, or else you hear my daughter going crazy.
No, it's cute, you guys. It is. It's cute to see people like in their lives. There's nothing never going on here. But
right. I just wanted to clarify that when I said that I said I wished that police would have arrested Gabby that day because it would have saved her life. I didn't say I believe she did anything wrong. Or that she was guilty of anything. I believe that if they would have just arrested her based on what was stated that day when she said she was the aggressor, that would have saved her life. That's how I feel about that. I didn't say she did anything wrong, nor do I feel that she did anything wrong, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Bryan is the wholeheartedly the aggressor in that. So if anybody took that any different than what I meant, my apologies, because that's not at
Yeah,
all how
you're saying that you wish that she was erroneously arrested.
absolutely.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Understand that, folks, because I can't stand that piece of shit, Brian Laundrie, and I feel that anything that he did or he received because of that, he deserves every bit of it. That was my stance on that case the whole time. So anyway, I'm just saying I definitely do not feel at all like she did anything at all wrong. I just wish that they would have done what they were supposed to do at that point to separate the situation, and it would have, in my opinion, kept her alive. That's how I feel about that. That's
but Dago, they would have.
I don't think you're throwing shade at all.
Whoa, one at a time. Sorry, guys, I couldn't hear you. Say that again now.
Well, when Brian talks, nobody's gonna be able to hear him. That's the problem.
Well,
I was gonna say they'd have got back together. It wouldn't matter if it was 3 days in jail.
Oh, okay.
Separate for 48 hours.
Maybe, but at the same time, if they would have done that, maybe it would have. Maybe she'd have called home or something like that.
Yeah.
Well, the police officer
would have gone in a different direction.
The police officer didn't want to put her in jail.
I know, I get it, I understand.
Yeah,
and
the guy has scratches on him, and she's admitting what happened, even though
how did he know that she wasn't scared and just said that and she was defending herself because she was afraid that he was going to do something?
That's what I think he might have think. He says, like, I'll just put you in one hotel and tell the other one stay away for 24 hours.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The cops are there. The cops there. His duty was basically to separate them at that point because somebody was getting hurt.
Well,
I don't like the way that panned out because, like I said, if they would have taken her into custody, they would have treated her a specific way, I think, and she wouldn't have been dealt with in a harsh way.
Right.
And she could have contacted her family. They could have sent for her or came and got her, and then maybe, you know what I'm saying?
But
she was able to speak freely.
Hold on, Dago, because that's why I am probably the least liked person on YouTube. Because you have to deal in reality. Anybody out there who says that, if this was your son and this woman he was with was putting her hands on him, you would be upset as I don't know what that they did not take her to jail.
How can you be the most least like person on here when you never say anybody's innocent? You always kind of go right in the middle, and
I'm getting ready to. I'm gonna show you why. Because Brian Laundrie had marks on him, like he had just got the snot kicked out of him by this.
But how do we know she wasn't defending herself against him, though?
She would have been.
Hold on, she'd have looked like she had been defending herself. Don't play. If that boy wanted to hurt her, he could have hurt her. Wow. And she
they could have been. They should have been separated.
Right,
and then she would have been in jail, and then she could have called her mom without anybody listening. And she wasn't going to be here.
If you'll let me finish, thank you.
Turn your mic down just a little. It's really loud.
I'm just trying to finish my statement. The law should work the same way for every single person in the entire United States of America. That is the problem. Everybody has empathy for this girl, but they're not having any empathy for the guy. And then I hear you. How do they know that she wasn't just defending herself? They know because an eyewitness told them that is not how that went down. There's another party who is saying that girl was wailing on him. So why does everybody get so mad at the guy? Why is it even an option?
There was also a witness that said that they saw him slap the shit out of her before they even. That's why the police were called. Remember?
Right. A truck saw him. He looked through his rear view mirror, and he said he saw the male hitting her.
All I remember on that body cam video is them two cops. They talk about an eyewitness who backs up that she was hitting him. I never heard them say anything about somebody about him.
That's what the call was initiated from, Clue. And then there was somebody else.
It was a woman.
Now here in my hometown, the police says somebody's going to jail if we come to a domestic violence.
Exactly.
Yep.
You're not going to a
Exactly.
hotel. I would
Yeah.
love to have that
If,
option.
I'll find
That's how it is in Arizona too.
It says we don't have an option on it. We're law enforcement. We're not feelings enforcement.
Right.
Exactly.
I'll find it and show it to you, Clue. But the call where the police that stopped them responded to the initial call was a guy in the parking lot at that store they were at before they left. Watched him slap the hell out of her. That's why they called. So they responded, went the direction that they were
No,
going.
it's the opposite.
Let me
They
speak.
No, it wasn't, Brian. No, it wasn't.
Let me speak. Let me
followed
speak.
the
Let me
case
speak. Let me speak.
Yeah, just somebody find it real quick.
Hold on. Can I talk?
Yeah.
Please, can I speak? Okay, cool. Okay, I'm a survivor of domestic violence, and what
Me too.
happened? Let me just say that for her to even consider fighting back is just beyond me because I would never touch my abuser. Okay. I don't know. She was able to fight back. I don't know if she wasn't in fear of his retaliation, but that just kind of raises a red flag. I question that because, boy, if I even went for him, I'd be more decked out than I already was. Okay.
No,
That's all I
I
want to
went
say.
after
The other
mine
thing
and
is,
he
if
hit
she was
me.
home, if she was in jail, okay, let's say they arrested her or she went to jail, you would think that she'd be able to call mama and say, Mama, I'm getting beat up. I want to get out of here because she's free to speak now. That's the other thing I want to say. That's all. Thank you.
I got you. And I will find it. If I'm wrong by some chance, then I admit when I'm wrong. But I'm pretty sure, because I was following that case closely, that there was somebody that called and said that he saw him hit her. They got in the vehicle. They took off. They gave the description. Let's try this again. Description of the vehicle to the police. They responded, followed the vehicle up the road, found it, pulled it over. Right before that, they said something about her jerking the wheel of the vehicle. The car went up on the curb, came back down. She admitted to that, of course. And then she admitted to being the aggressor in some senses. But in my opinion, I feel that she was possibly defending herself. And then when we see what
Four
happened here,
officers put her in the back of the car. The initial call was, I heard it was actually a female, and I think it was one of the two girls in the restaurant that got killed later. I heard it. The first call was from was like Clue said, was a woman, and it was describing a girl beating the hell
Yep.
out of a dude in the driver's seat of a white van. That is why when four different cops arrived on the scene, they threw Gabby in the back of the police car, not Bryan. I heard the call once and then it just vanished.
But
Then the
Brian,
next call I heard was the male.
she was
It
being
was
beat up.
the other way around. But the
Brian,
first call was a female saying a blonde girl is beating the hell out of a guy sitting in a white van in the parking lot.
okay, hold on, Brian. I got something here. I'm gonna try real quick. Hold on.
Is the audio better?
A little bit, yeah.
No.
Yeah, because I changed the plug, Clue.
I think it's.
I'm getting a new computer. I've had it.
It's a little better. Still sound far.
Are we still there?
I'm
Hello?
here.
Okay, we're all here. Good.
What's going on?
Hold on, guys. Hold on.
Well, I was just hoping she could have got separated and some social worker could have got enough money raised as here we're getting you a flight back home.
Yes.
And
Man.
then, but anyway.
All right, here we go. I want you guys to listen real close. It's kind of really low. I don't know why, but this is the initial call, okay, from the Grand County Sheriff to the Grand County Sheriff's Office 911 that provoked all of that. So hold on, guys.
Can you please stop smoking in here?
1 second here.
Were you able to get a description of the intoxication?
Hi, can you hear me, sir? Yeah, I can hear you. Hi, I'm calling. I'm right on the corner of Main Street by Moonflower, and we're driving by, and I'd like to report a domestic dispute. Florida with a white van, Florida license plate, white van, gentleman,
Where's
about
it at?
5'6" beard. They just drove off. They're going down Main Street. They made a right onto Main Street from Moonflower.
Or what were
to
they
the
doing?
Cooperative, but what do you say?
What were they doing?
We drove by and the gentleman was slapping the girl.
He was slapping her?
Yes, and then we stopped. They ran up and down the sidewalk. He proceeded to hit her, hopped in the car, and they drove off.
Okay, you said it's a white van?
White van. I give you the license plate. Just give me 1 sec. I ran up and down the sidewalk. He proceeded to hit her, hopped in the car, and they drove off.
Slapping her?
We drove by and the gentleman was slapping the girl.
He was slapping her?
Yes, and then we stopped.
Well, that was the initial call, and they responded like as he said. They drove off or down around that whatever that road was. I think I can't remember, but that is what like brought the police after them at that stop there where she was crying and all that. That's what that's from. So I'm just saying. I'm pretty sure.
Wait a minute. Are you trying to say that call was right before they pulled over on the highway and the guy was saying it was her?
No. That was them saying that it was the guy. Why? Hold on a second. I have to fix your mic settings. It's really loud.
Thank you. Thank
Okay,
you.
there we go. Okay, we're good now. All right.
There we go. Quit yelling in my ear.
They said that the guy was slapping the girl. So that was the call that went out before they responded and stopped them on that whatever that highway is. I can't remember the name of it. I used to have it memorized now. But
I know.
Okay. All right.
So that's what I was talking about.
Two different times.
Gabby said, right, you guys. Gabby said that she hit him. Okay. She said, I shouldn't have. I hit him, blah, blah, blah. She was crying, so on and so forth. In my mind, after hearing all the interviews with her friends and other people and in different experiences, they say that I feel like she was either defending herself or whether she was the aggressor in that situation or not. I feel like, somebody saw him hit her. I feel like she was defending herself. That's my scenario. And or my opinion. I'm sorry, not scenario. Sorry, I don't know where that word even came from. But anyway, and it was stated by multiple people that he was very possessive, obsessive, would yell at her on regular situations. So that's why I get that. So
did you just debunk that theory that it was that the lady brought up that it was her hitting him? I don't understand. I'm confused.
No, so there's 2 calls, right? And then when the officer calls, the one person back that called, he says it was the other way around. It was Gabby being the aggressor to Bryan. The bottom line, my point is,
okay,
everyone needs to be treated the same. If you get there and you see this guy has visible marks on him, don't make an excuse like, I don't want to put this poor 100-pound girl soaking wet with blonde hair and blue eyes in jail. You might not want to, but that's your job.
Listen, I've seen situations where, like, in a domestic situation, I've been on them where there's male, female, and the woman is the aggressor. I have seen it. I don't think it counts in this case, but I've seen it, and I do agree with you that they should be handled the same way. I agree with that. Okay, but this situation, I don't feel that was the case with this one. But in other situations, I do feel like I've been literally standing there, and you can tell that this woman is not a very nice person, and she beats the hell out of this guy on a regular basis, so on and so forth. Yeah, she should be arrested wholeheartedly. That should go both ways. I agree with you on that, and it doesn't always happen that way. I've seen that too. This one though, I felt strongly that he deserved what he got in that sense, and I just thought that they should have arrested her based on what she said, and it may have saved her life. Is all I was saying.
Right, that's my point. Had they taken her,
yeah,
and she called like what's her face was saying, her parents,
right?
They could have been like, you know what? Obviously, y'all aren't getting along that great. Let him keep that van. You come home.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. And one thing I don't agree with, regardless of what anybody says, my ex creature, she used to hit me. She stabbed me. She did things to me. I never once, through all that, would put my hands on her just because it doesn't matter to me. What unless somebody pulls a gun on me, I'm not going to hit a woman. I'm sorry. I can't. It's just, it's in my biology. I can't do it. I never
So
would.
she took
never will.
advantage of that. She took advantage of
Oh,
that.
yeah,
again.
she knew. That's why that happened. So it is what it is. But then some people are like that. I don't know. You know, I grew up having to listen to my mother being abused regularly, and that's why I have the thoughts on that I do. So, you know, people know that. People will take advantage of that. People will you know, they'll deal with it in their
And
way.
you
And
could have
I
gone
think it's
either
wrong.
way. You could have gone either way, Dago. You could have gone either way. You could have been the aggressor also. And that's
Well,
something.
either way, but you know, I don't think Gabby has any fault in this at all. I have nothing but anger towards this guy. I felt that he took advantage of the person that she was. I think that he completely mentally, emotionally, and physically abused her in multiple senses. And that's just my thought. And people don't have to agree with me. It's okay. I'm angry with the police.
You could have been the abuser, Dago.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I said you could have been the abuser. And watching your mom getting beat up like that, you could have been the aggressor.
Oh,
So you
yeah.
ended up-
Easily it could have turned the other way, but I've had nothing but hate in my heart for the person that did that to my mother. So it obviously took me the other direction. Thank God.
I'm with Dago. I think the only people that really hold any fault in this situation outside of like Bryan is the cops in that particular instance. You know what I mean?
I agree. I do. And I have a lot of anger towards that situation because if you would have just at that point in time done something differently, it would have changed some things. And there's another piece of that another female cop that I had read a story about said that she knew in her story that was not the case. She knew that, and she could just feel something, I guess, the way she described it, that he was not a good person, so on and so forth. So, you know, I don't know. It gets me angry every time I talk about this case. But I just want to make sure that nobody misunderstood what I was saying, because I think some people did. I do not support anything that has to do with the other side of that at all. Gabby Petito was wholeheartedly the victim in this case, and I'm just very sad the way that ended to me.
I'm just trying to figure out how she ended up with this guy.
Right.
My goodness, she's a very attractive girl. She sounds sweet and nice.
Yeah,
and
and
it's only a minute interview I get to see of her, but
he was a goofy idiot. And didn't
I know, and he didn't seem to have much personality, did he?
No,
Like
love
he
bomb.
He had
bombed her.
nothing.
He love bombed her. He love bombed her. That's what
He
they
didn't
call that. Love bomb.
How do
You
you
get
think-
y'all, you know,
he
swoonie
didn't have
and woony and gifts and whatever money, spending money, and they get you hooked. There you are.
She was a vibrant, alive, young, life ahead of her, beautiful woman that had everything in front of her until this piece of human trash sucked her into whatever he used to do it with. It was disgusting. I don't even know what this guy had to offer.
Did she have issues with her daddy? Did she have daddy issues?
No, her dad loved her. They had very close relationship. I mean, nothing.
Oh, that's strange.
None of that.
See, I was looking for love when I found my ex. I was looking for love in all the wrong places because my dad was alcoholic and I wanted some love, you know. But she had a good relationship with her daddy. That's interesting. Thank you.
Yeah, no, absolutely. All right, guys. I just realized, and then I got to look again. So it's time for me to bring this to a close. We've been 4 hours. 4 hours. I appreciate everybody's input today and insight. I wish we'd had a little bit more, been able to talk a little bit more about the what we thought about the motions and stuff like that for Kohberger. But it is what it is. Everybody's got their theories, thoughts, and opinions, and I'm guessing that we'll find out Friday. Hopefully something more, maybe. Again, I for some reason in my mind, I just don't feel like it's going to be anything big. I don't know. Does anybody have any last comments as far as that's concerned before we go?
Nope. Love, peace, and hair grease, baby.
Riddler, are you still there, bud?
Riddler's figuring something out.
All right, Cletus. Any last comments as far as the Bryan Kohberger motioning and stuff like that?
I mean, Friday's the day, right?
That's kind of what my thought is too. Hopefully, you think it's all going to come out Friday?
I
Well, wait, what's
half-
going on Friday? I
think
don't know
half
what's going
of
on
it
Friday.
Hold on. What did you say that again, Clue?
I think half of it is they're doing that sneaky crap that I don't like. And I think, to be fair, it's going to be the same crap that happens when Judge is like responsible for the streaming. They're letting you see what they want you to see, and then they're not letting you see probably what the good meat and potatoes is.
Yeah, oh yeah, I agree with you on that for sure. That's
bullshit.
We can expect that, folks. Don't be surprised. Honestly, that's what the way it's going to go. And Willie, Friday is the hearing. The hearing that's coming the 26th. I'm sorry, it's the date, and it's this coming Friday. Next Friday. Sorry.
Gotcha. I mean, they better show it all, man, because you know, like. Well,
can you hear me yet?
That's sus.
They already have it divided, Willie. So we're going to get to hear, what is it, Diego? We get to hear the part that doesn't include the grand jury, whatever issue.
Oh, imagine that.
What do you mean in the document?
Yeah, I'm trying to think, like, which one of the hearings, because I know it says which one that we get to see.
I think the first hearing is closed.
The motion to dismiss the indictment.
Yeah. And then the secondary hearing is the open one where we'll see all the other stuff, which is probably going to be nothing. The first one's going to have all the juicy pieces of what we want, and the second will be just like, okay, so we're allowed to use toilet paper when we're in the courtroom now, and you know.
And that's what I'm getting at with Karen Reed's lawyers sitting up there showing everything, having big posters and all that kind of shit. But you know, we don't get to see any of that stuff because why?
Wait a second. What if Ann Taylor put out this unsealing thing to have no excuse for there not to be a camera in the courtroom for the first hearing?
I think that's really.
I mean, that would still go back. They would still go back to what the judge said, though, wouldn't it?
Well, I mean, think about it. If you know what, I'm sitting here thinking about it, and I'm like, that could have been her motivation, because once that crap is unsealed, you got no reason to not let the public hear the hearing.
Oh, yeah. I see what you're saying. So, okay, it's out now. It's not to hide. Go ahead and let the camera. I mean, that's a good point. I never thought of that.
I was totally just sitting here like, wait a minute. The motivation for that could be so the public is included now in both hearings.
Wouldn't that go against what Bryan, basically, we were told Bryan wanted, though? Bryan didn't want the cameras in the courtroom, remember?
Well, that's what I said earlier. Like, how do you do you say Bryan Kohberger knows the importance of there being transparency, but it's like, where was that attitude?
Well, I think it's because of how
people looking at his crotch.
Exactly. Yeah, I think it's because of how they were like using the cameras.
Oh yeah, no, I agree with that, but I'm saying he didn't want cameras, so I don't know if that would go into play for her to bring cameras back. You know what I'm saying?
Hold on, because not necessarily bringing cameras back, but now that Judge has control over the cameras, she could want to do that so it is filmed, because he's going to be responsible.
Mm-hmm.
Do you see what I mean? Like, her problem.
It does make sense. It does. That's interesting. I never thought of it like that. Leslie, my email's up on the screen if you want to send it there, hon. And thank you. I appreciate that. I'd be interested to see. Yeah, I apologize that everything went sideways a little bit, guys, but I got a message that somebody misunderstood what I was meaning. So I apologize for that, because I definitely don't feel that way on that. I apologize for jumping off subject as well, and all of that stuff. But I appreciate everybody's thoughts, theories, opinions, and feelings on this. And I don't know if I'll be back here tonight for sure, because I have, as you can see, the whole crew is in my house. I might be, I may not. We'll see. besides that, guys, everybody up here, Willie, Riddler, Clue, Cleminati, or Clue and Cletus, I always do that. I don't know why. Thank you guys so very much for joining me today. I appreciate you very much.
See y'all.
I'll see you all very much later. Have a great rest of your day, folks.
It's a privilege being up here, Dago. I really mean that. And this is the Riddler saying so long from the Sunshine State.
I appreciate you, bro. Take care, bud. You guys, thank you very much. I appreciate you very much for being here as always and your opinions. Have a great day. Everybody else in chat, I appreciate you as always. Please, again, appreciate your guys' thoughts, opinions, and theories. I hope you all have a great day. And I will see you all. Oh, and don't forget, guys, don't forget to love yourselves, love each other. Don't change a thing about yourselves because you are the beautiful people. Have a great rest of your night, and I'll see you very soon. Bye-bye.